Hello everybody, this is Stevie and Heartbound, and today we're going to be playing in Karnor's Castle. Now I know last time I said I wanted to go to the Plane of Mischief, but I thought about it and I'm a little too low level. Well, I could go there, but I don't think it'd be as fun as I could if I do it wait a little bit later. Test my widget. So we're waiting by this waterfall because there's a city behind the waterfall. The Coldane. Looks like my chat isn't going to work today. That's fine. If you do chat, I can see you on my screen. Hold on. Yeah. You get what you pay for with the recording software. Okay, but we're going to go to Karnor's Castle because, oh boy, do I have a story to tell you. So back when it was current, Karnor had just come out, and we had the option of hunting a Karnor. I had played on the Paladin, so I was a little bit higher level than, you know, about level 50, I think, because I was running around Classic, and I was doing my Soulfire quest when it came out. But you had two oh wait, my chat is working. Okay, cool. Now we don't have a giant empty black space the entire day. You always got to test these widgets, but you can't test them when you're not streaming. So it's like, well, it'll be alright. So we will do Plane of Mischief at some point, Plane of Justice, and all the other fun spots. But Karnor's Castle, I have a lot of history with it, and I can go there before I outlevel the area. So, when Karnor first came out, I think it was like 2003, 2004, you had two ways to get to Karnor rather, and this would become everyone's favorite expansion. Funny story, I think the story behind Karnor is it was sitting in one of the game developers' desks. He's just like, I had a cool idea for lizard people if you guys want to do it, and they're like, oh yeah, cool, great. So you had two ways to get there. You would go either from Butcher Block Mountains, and you take a boat, like an actual fancy boat. Let's see if I can pull it up. Fader. Butcher Block Mountains. Okay, so hold on. Pretty sure you used to go from here. Unless my memory is failing me. Let me check something. It has been over 2 decades. Yeah, you go. Okay, so you go from Butcher Block Mountains, which was to Timorous Deep, and that takes you to Furion Vi. And that's the starting area for the good races. So if you were a good line, like an elf, dwarf, or something like that, you come to this zone, Furion Vi would be your entrance into Karnor. Now, there were lots of factions here. There's barbarians here, there's elves here, there's dwarves here, and it's very hard to raise your faction with the barbarians. So if you're evil, using this town as just like stepping on a landmine, a barbarian will come out and he'll just start beating on you. But right? No, this is a. What's this then? No, this is Furion Vi. This is the city. I don't know what this is, but that's not the city. And this is Furion Vi. So, right here, And I know this because of this waterfall here. Right here, it doesn't say it, but there's a XR Necromancer. And if you walk by, and he's hostile to everybody except for an XR, he's for an XR quest, you'll cast a Necromancer dot on you. And around here, there's a whole bunch of Drachnids. And we didn't have a map back then. So you go from Furiona Vi, you get off the boat, you go here, and you'd follow the water, because you wanted to go to like a Villomen, which is like a low-level leveling area. With this, there's a Necromancer. He doesn't follow you. I think he's like rooted in place or something. But he casts a Necromancer dot on you if you walk by, like a high-level one, like Splurt or something else. And he just kill your character. So this area, the base of the waterfall, is a no-go. And all around here are just Drachnids. They're like spiders with spider bodies with dark elf tops. And they're crawling all over this place. And that's bad information. Void souls all over the place. But as a newbie, you'd go to the Dreadlands. If you just held to this thing and solve this maze. So that's the good way to go. We're going to go the way that I used to go when I was a newbie. We're going to go to the over there. Now there's nothing wrong with this area, but let's do it the old way that I used to do it. Because I didn't level in Fader. I stayed in the state of unrest for a little bit. Because it was a cool zone and I was a paladin. And the state of unrest is full of undead. But I wasn't very familiar with the Dark Elf place. Where I leveled was in Antonica because it was next to Freeport. And Oasis of Mar used to be a zone. We just hunt gators and lockjaw and stuff. So this is what I was familiar with. So we're going to go this way. Well, we're going to go straight to the over there, but right here, this is the Spectre Island where the Dark Elves were first made. You go down here, and there's a little boat that's just a bunch of barrels on a stick, plank basically. And you go to the Timorous Deep from there. And it's kind of funny. Looking at it now, you'd never know this back in the day. But look how close the the two different things are. Yeah, this little tiny boat. This is a pretty cool trick on the developer's part. And that's kind of why I'm showing you from the map instead of just going there. But they take you on this long, winding path, so you would never guess that, you're actually right next to the other boat with the other group. So if you knew and you had the game knowledge, you could sit on one of these islands and just go to the receipt and just choose which way you want to go and have this massive advantage just from game knowledge. But we're going to go to the over there. This is the evil outpost. Now, I, as a paladin of Karnor, was not welcome in the evil outpost. Shocker, I know. But that's where I hunted. Money nowadays is not it doesn't have a weight to it. It used to have a weight to it. She wasn't always using that shield. What's up with that? Anything I'm loyal to EverQuest? It's only been 20 years. Still a good game. So I'm just going to kind of share with you my experience before we go to Karnor's castle. And it's pretty. Oh yeah, if you ever wanted to have a skeleton follow you around instead of a draken, you gotta jump through some hoops, but you can do it. So we're gonna pretend we took that little barrel boat, and our good character, and I was like one of the rare ones to do this. Not everyone did this. I think most people just went to Furiona Vi, fought through the spiders, and just went to Karnor's castle. But here's the thing with Karnor's castle. The faction for Karnor's castle is Vinril Sathir. The outpost for the over there is Vinril Sathir. So if you were an evil race, if you were an erudite necromancer, if you were a dark elf necromancer, if you were just an evil character like a Shadow Knight or something like that. Let's click on there. This is kind of the guard. This is kind of like the way you could tell if you were hostile or not to this area. Now we don't need enduring breath anymore. We're done with the zones that require you to do that. Now there's just not really a whole lot in here. We'll see if I can. All it is, there's some undead monsters in here, so we may have to run away. But you know, you just got sentinels and stuff. You know, assuming you're evil, go in here. You can bank. You might, yeah. That's what the last boss of this expansion looks like. He's just a flying ghostly Ixar. Probably not gonna be able to see him today, but you know. Basically, it's kind of a mix of undead and Ixar and stuff. But you can tell the Dark Elves are working with the Ixar. But basically, in there's just a bunch of like mechanical gnomes. You can buy it, you can sell stuff to them, and there's a banker there. You can sell them stuff. But the problem with this is on the Venerable Sathir faction. So if you're evil, you can't use Furion of Eye because there's barbarians everywhere. If you hunt at Karnor's castle, you lose access to your outpost. Now this isn't unusual for EverQuest. Paladins lose access to Freeport when they kill Sir Lucan de Lair. You know, if you did a lot of Knoll Teeth bounties, you eventually get on the wrong side of the corrupt guards. You know, EverQuest likes kicking you out of your hometown. I guess back in the day it was just kind of like to push you out into the world, make you kind of get out of your comfort zone. But this game had like one line, and it said this outpost is on the Venerable Sathir faction, like a book that you had. So if you were a Dark Elf player and stuff like that, and you didn't realize that killing Grolvargs would lower your Venerable Sathir faction, and that it was tied to your home, you had no safe space on Kunark. You lost your town, because let me show you something, and why this is important. You have Kabilas, which is the Ixar place. That's for the Ixars. If you're on a buy, this is for the good people, right? And you have the over there, which is where we're at now. Where is it at on the map? Over here. None of these places. This is a goblin city, but I think Vex. No, there's Chardok. Chardok, if you're really good to the Sarnix, you can I think get a faction good enough to sell and stuff there. Well, that's way later. So I'm gonna show you the level of these monsters. So this is a level 19 monster. I used to hunt out here when I was a baby paladin. You know how I just said, you know, I came out here when I was a newbie? Yeah, I fought these. Well, I didn't fight these succulents. I fought the ones further down. They're not at a much higher level. And I had a wooden two-handed practice sword. But then I came back and went to Karnor's castle. And that's relevant because I always wanted to get on inside this outpost because I was already used to the Neriac foreign quarter. My paladin slowly went to the dark side. But if you hunt Drolvargs, you lose faction with this. And we didn't put two and two together. Not a lot of people did. It was all of a sudden, you know, would hunt in Karnor's castle and they'd come back and be like, I can't bank. I'm scowling to my only base on Kunark. So they'd have to sneak in like everyone else. But if you stayed away from Karnor's castle, there was a quest down here where you had like Sarnic parades. Let's see. There's someone called Captain Rockcrime. He's down here by the docks. I think if you to give him some Sonic parades, he'll give you a two-handed hammer. If you hit somebody with it, he'll teleport you to this boat outside of the city. But yeah, there's the bank. You know, well, no, there's Captain Rockcrime. So he's out here. There's another line of skeletons down here. I know this because if you're a good race, the strategy was you'd be taken in. So you just kind of wait on the boat till he's in it. You'd immediately jump off before you got to the docks. I never actually got killed, but I'm sure it's possible. So what do you do if you're a good race and you want to hunt out here and you can't get into the city to sell your stuff? Well, This was new. That didn't used to be there. I refused. You're one of those courier. Yeah. I'm waiting for somebody important. Yeah. He's for a courier quest. But basically, as a paladin that couldn't get into the thing, I think these were lower level. I was fighting Sarnics and stuff. Now there's more to this. I just kind of want to explain to you why Karnor's castle was a problem sometimes. Now this place, outside of the walking cactus and the occasional Sarnic, it's pretty safe. But there was no maps back then. Yeah, here's a Sarnic flunky. Yeah, level 14. I was I think these were like green at some point, but I hunt these the ones above them, not the flunkies, but you know. But I spent a lot of time in the over there. Now there was stories about the conscripts. That's what I'd fight. Level 20. So I figure this was before I went to Valius Ice-Clad Ocean to fight the snow cougars. And then I like the place so much I came back to a Kunark to fight this. Now you may be wondering, I've told you I was a level 50 when started, and Kunark was out. I was doing my Soulfire. Now I'm talking about level 20 monsters. You're kind of wondering how this all came to pass. Well, it all happened kind of at the same time. It took level 30 was a hell level, and I remember doing that in the Valius. You're new. There's a vendor out here by this water. There's no markings on the map. There's not going to... I think I'm the only one that knows about it. It's not her. Are you? You might be. You are. So this is where I got my food and water. Nobody knew about this person except for me. Out in the middle of nowhere. It's not going to be marked on your map. There's a neutral to everybody. XR, good, bad. It's right out here. This is like the secret food and water vendor on the over there. Nobody knows about her, but apparently she's going to be Taskmaster over the years. Congratulations on your promotion. But yeah, as I leveled up, what was it? Canos Hills, Blackborough, here for a little bit. Doing this work on Soulfire. Went to Ice-Clad Ocean, fought the Snow Cougars, Tower of Frozen Shadow. I was here though, so I'm trying to think of... It wasn't Warslick's Woods, it wasn't... Yeah, I went to the Frontier Mountains. That was after this. And then, yeah, then I went from Frontier Mountain to Dreadlands. But yeah, these are first time. This is like the first time you see a rhino. So I'll show you what a EverQuest rhino looks like. But I have memories of fighting Lady of Vox in Permafrost Keep. And if you're above level 52, she teleports you out. See, these things, they're scowling at you, but Sarnics are part of Chardok. So if you are diligent and you get your faction up with them, you have another city you can use. But these walking cactuses were pretty fun because I had a 200 wooden practice sword. Yeah, because I went to the Dreadlands and I leveled in Karnor's castle. And then Planes of Power came out. No, hold on. I gotta remember my leveling path. Because I know I went to the Gray and stuff like that. And Arcadic Catalum has some vampires and stuff I hunted for a little bit. Anyway, I was in Kunark. I was leveling a Karnor, went back for my Soul Fire and stuff like that. During this time, I started in Classic. This was new. Came out here to hunt. It was a new expansion. Ice-Clad Ocean, it was new. You know, this is a cockatrice. I don't remember if they stun you or not. But this is a EverQuest cockatrice. And in lore, like Dungeons and Dragons lore, not just EverQuest lore, if they peck you or they look at you, they'll turn you to stone. So it's kind of a thing. So all that leveling stuff happened kind of in the same like few year period, like 20 years ago. I just did a really bad job of explaining it. But here's the other thing here. Some people, there were every once in a while this outpost will send out 4 dragoons, which are just basically funny named Dark Elf warriors. These dragoons will patrol the zone over on this side. I don't know the exact path they go, but these dragoons are I can probably take them out of my character, but if you're like level appropriate for the zone, they'll take you out. I know they would patrol around this area. They don't patrol over here, so I was always safe. I never saw them once. But yeah. So imagine being an evil character getting ready to go back full of loot, going to put down your bank loot, and you can't get back to your city. And that was EverQuest. He's probably another courier NPC. They don't have these marked on maps, so good luck with that, couriers. No, you normally wouldn't be this far away from the road. That's as I was showing you in the gray, getting off the road means a lot of monsters. But this is the over there. This is one of these zones where I started out. Funny, there's a zone called the Burning Woods. Nobody could ever find this thing, because again, we didn't have maps back then. Where is it? Burning Woods. You can get there from the mountains. It has 4 entrances, but nobody could ever find the Burning Woods, like ever. It's such a obtuse place. We're gonna go to the Frontier Mountains. This is oh, now I remember. I wasn't that low level. I went there to sell. Here's a level 35. And this is what I hunted. I was thinking in the back of my head, I'm like, no, I couldn't come back down here level 20, but I guess I had to, because I have a lot of fond memories of this zone. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, here they are. 33. So this was, I think this was, but I was still able to get the Akur Claw's earring, so I was fighting these guys out here. Because this is where I went to go to Dreadlands. And this is where I went to go to Karnor's Castle. Okay, so I told you wrong. So this is 35, these are green to about level 40 or something like that. That would make sense. Because this was the path I took to Karnor's Castle, and I wouldn't be able to survive this path or go to Karnor's Castle unless I was higher level. Okay. Yeah, level 29, 35. I didn't remember seeing the dragoons either. Basically, my good paladin self would walk along this road just looking out for dragoons, because you'd always hear the dragoons are patrolling. When people would talk about it in chat and be like, okay, dragons are out. Be like, okay, great. Yeah, 31. So this makes more sense. I wasn't that low level. I wasn't like, yeah. Because I want to go hunt Dreadlands. I want to go hunt in Karnor's Castle. Yeah, now it's all fitting back together. But yeah, you'd hunt like down here, and this will kind of be like your leveling backwards C. Yeah, because you now, even though I'm level 55 or 56, they're still green. You still get experience from them. Yeah, so I was, yeah. It's probably for a quest, to be honest. But it's okay. You're new. You weren't there before. Yep, this makes a lot more sense. Okay. So that's what it was. I didn't tell you wrong. I knew I was working on Soulfire when I came down here. But I had a practice doing a sword when I was first starting out here. Weapons and stuff were... Nowadays I have this Defiance beast of a weapon. But it wasn't always like that. So I'm pretty sure the characters... Yeah, they'll scale. Yeah, if I ever got in trouble, you could try to Frontier Mountains. I never saw the Dragoons. I still don't exactly know where they are. They're kind of like a little myth to me. But I've looked on Alakazam, they exist. They're just like a pack of 4 Dark Elves. They just beat anyone that's not on the Venerable Sathir faction, or has damaged their Venerable Sathir faction. So... So you go to the Frontier Mountains, and I don't remember this being dangerous. I thought it was worth showing. You're probably expecting Karnor's Castle content, aren't you? But I want to tell my story. Like, this zone was very scary, but it was very integral to my experience with Karnor's Castle. Because getting a group for this place, this was like the one time evil races had pause. They, you wouldn't see, you'd see them, you'd really see a difference of personality in the players, because were they a necromancer willing to just like crash a faction with everybody? Some of them were, yeah. You see some players be like, I'm not going to crash my only outpost I have on this island. You know, there are some wood elves that would raid the plane of growth. You know, but the Frontier Mountains were another trip. So, back in yonder day, you probably wouldn't have Spirit of the Wolf unless you were lucky. But you come down here, and you want to find the zone line after you are done walking around the Frontier Mountains. It's a giant tube, basically, but you see this? No maps, by the way. You just kind of walk through trees. You can't go over the mountains. There's zone walls here. But if you ever wanted to get back, you're just kind of looking for trees to run through. It's kind of cool, I think. Remember the trees in the Piranhas that just kind of like were static things? They tried to do something a little different here. I always like that. The Lake of Ilumen was another leveling place. I was too high level for it. Temple of Droga. I didn't realize how close it was. I'm pretty sure Droga is just a goblin place. Well, this isn't just the Mine of Narga. One of these is the goblin place. But I'm just kind of wanting to show you kind of... Yeah, it's goblins. Bone Charmer level 30. I'm appearing again. So this is just goblins. Once you've seen one goblin, you kind of seen them all as far as the character models go. Show you what it looks like. This is the caster version of the shamans. But they're here to protect their mines. Or their temple, rather. Well, I never really realized this was here. But what I did know is there's a giant's fort in the middle of the area. So from out there, you just kind of like run. You had to go south east. You'd have this little sense heading button. You'd have sense heading. You didn't have the little compass like you do nowadays. But you just knew as long as you went southeast, you know, you'd be okay. But you run into these giants out here. This is like the low level one, but giants in this game drop a lot of money. So if you wanted to get somebody to buy your spells or something, you'd fight these mountain giants. And they have a lot of hit points, so most giants in this game do. They're all over the place. I can still get experience points from these if I so desired. Yeah, they're literally all over the place. And you know you're in the right spot because you're running into giants. Again, these are too level at this point for me to, level off of safely. You wanted to go to a dungeon, you wanted to get the big adventure. But there's a giant fort. And this is how you knew this is kind of where you got your bearings. You know, if you went west from the giant's fort, you probably go back to the over there. And you can get on a boat and get out of here. But this is the giant's fort. Notice that we have Spirit of the Wolf, by the way. Think about how big this zone is. Kind of exploring this just as a newbie. I don't remember having to walk around to a specific entrance. Yeah, I was right. Apparently it looks like on the map there's a green tunnel, but I don't remember using that. Yeah, the mountain giants here. A few tumps. You on here. Oh, there is somebody actually hunting here. This used to be a super popular place, and guess what? It still is. Some people really love the hunt here. They're like, oh, let's go hunt the giants here. They still do. You would never expect to see people out here, but here they are. These giants, like I said, they drop a lot of money. And I know that's not a bot because he's pulling. That is a very... Of all the games I've played, I've never seen a bot pull monsters to a location. You saw that player pulling it to a safe spot. But yeah, this is a monkey. You'll see what an EverQuest monkey looks like. Look at that award-winning smile. Monk. Apparently these three statues have some significance, but I don't remember that being a thing. Let's go see the three statues since we're here. Now this is in true EverQuest fashion, there's going to be a monster in there. Guess I'll take a screenshot just for fun. Alright, game. Don't have a panic attack on me. Oh, he tabbed out. Let's panic. Okay. Anyway. So we're going to go to the Dreadlands. Now this was my journey. Most people would go up, fight all through all those drachnids, fight those dark elf spider creatures, and just go to the Dreadlands. But I wanted to show you my path. Because I did not want anything to do with that necromancer that just sits at the bottom of that waterfall. Because it sounds stupid. Like there's an XR at the bottom of a waterfall. It's rooted in place. And just casts damaging spells on you as you walk by. Like, hey, how you doing? Doesn't attack you besides just dotting you up. And you just randomly just die from assuming you noticed you got the dot on you in the first place. I was not for that. You're new. That's just for couriers. But here's how you get to the Dreadlands. This little hole So all you were doing is you just go to like the very southeast. You can't go southeast no more. And you just look for this hole. To me, this was easier than going down that river and doing that maze that I showed you earlier. Because again, there were no maps back in the way. You had no real way of knowing where you were. This walk we just took was easier for me than going to the Furiana thing, hugging the wall, finding this hole, and then missing it a few times with the spider arachnids. Figuring this out. You know, this plain knowledge book didn't exist when I was leveling here. So this was just a dead end. Which is kind of funny to put the plain knowledge book there. But this looks easy, but that was a pain in the butt. You wanted to leave. You make one wrong turn. Oh, I know I turned right a little bit. You just had to, like, know. But, again, there were no maps. So now we're at the Redlands. So this is the place where, the first place I think you can actually damage your Venerable Satyr faction. So by the time evil races could do this, they weren't weak. You know, it's not like you were low level, had no way to protect yourself. These were the Dreadlands. So this is what I saw back about 20 years ago. And the reason I liked it is because there it is. So you're an evil class. You're looking around, you just got here. What's this? You may not realize, Venerable Satisfaction, that your home base is on this castle. For the good races, you pop out over here. You know, it's a little... I wonder, are these going to be... Yeah, that Drovarg Rager. If you attack him, you're going to lose your Venerable Satisfaction. I think they're hostile to you anyway. I just want to see something. Because the spider model with the Dark Elf top is actually kind of cool. See, they're actual spiders or they... Got some more mountain giants out here. Honk, honk, honk. Yeah, this is the Dark Elf model I was talking about. So basically it's just a Dark Elf body with a thing. There's a female version too. I'm going to see if I can find it. But that's the male version. There are very much female versions. Those are all male. They just look like a Dark Elf female top. It's not really that special. You suspect this being can see. I've got to be careful. There are undead walking around this area. But yeah, those spiders, there's a female version. It's just a female Dark Elf top with a spider body. It's not really that special. But yeah, you come out to the Redlands and there's just all this mess. Like one more spider thing, just so I can kind of show you. Now all this area down here, you know, wizards and druids came in here, and there's this whole area. We never dealt with any of this. This was just a good place to get lost. Like there's a giant fort down here. You get lost. Basically, what you came here for was Karnor's castle. There's a dragon here. There's a giant green dragon. I can't remember his name right now. He spawns out here like once a week, and killing that dragon will raise your Venerable Satisfaction. He's a very rare spawn. So technically, it's possible to get your Venerable Satisfaction back up, but that's not very realistic for a lot of people. I do kind of wonder if the dragon's actually going to be up. But yeah, you can see how even level 56, you could hunt out here very easily. That's where my paladin spent a lot of time. I was going to say, I know the monsters aren't that weak, because they just weren't that weak. I knew it. Like, I kind of had to explain it because they don't think they changed it. think this is it. Yeah. This is the female version of the dark elf spiders. Just take a picture of that just for fun. Might use that later. Okay, I think that's all the unique things I can show you. Now we're going to go to Karnor's castle proper, about 45 minutes into this stream. But I just really want to show that off. Because that was the trip I used to make. You just fought a bunch of those spiders. That's what the spiders look like. They're just everywhere. And then you solve this maze, and then you go to Karnor's castle. But I didn't do that. I went the over there route. I took a road, just went southeast, hit my little sense heading button, and for me it was easy. I hated the spiders. It's not that they were hard to kill, it's that they use magic, and when you're used to melee, kind of judging when you need to heal your character, when you need to stun and stuff like that, spellcasters have less hit points, but they can hit you hard, and all of a sudden you're in a panic and they're casting another spell. Do you heal or do you stun them? If you stun them, you're still hurt and they can cast another spell. If you heal yourself, you may not get your heal off in time. And so I didn't like it. I avoided it if I could. But there used to be, a long time ago, there used to be groups of people just wandering out here. Hanging out in Karnor's castle. It would be like groups here. They'd sit on the sides of the castle, and they just hunt monsters that kind of wandered in. So you'd occasionally fight little things. Look at this little dagger. Doofy looking monsters. And then you'd have the occasional evil person, or faction wise. Why do you think you're trying to change things? Nobody likes change. So we're gonna go to Karnor's castle. This place, if you're evil, would wreck your only outpost faction. And by the way, the monsters are here and hostile if you are evil. So if you didn't realize what was happening and you were just hunting monsters that were hostile to you, that's not an excuse. You're still in trouble. So this is Karnor's castle. There is a locked door in here, so. And Veneral Sathir is the big boss of this area. You think this would be the hint, but you don't know Veneral Sathir is the faction leader unless you're like really paying attention to like the Ixar that are in the over there thing. That'll tell you, hey, we're aligned with Veneral Sathir. That's your hint. And here, you don't see, looking at these things, that the boss is Veneral Sathir. So if you're not paying attention, you lose the only outpost you have in this area. So we're going to buff up and start wrecking this place, because this character I have no interest in siding with the Veneral Sathir. We're kind of showing you the inside. It's just some sentinels, some ghosts, and some robotic gnomes where you can bank and sell things to. It's cool, but we don't need it. We have the assuming we don't just origin out and go to Crescent Reach, which you couldn't do back in the day. You had to actually walk, which is trying nowadays, I know. But Karnor, my pet. I did the wrong person. Has some Dura magic. I'm gonna go ahead and activate my mercenary so I can turn my brain off. But we're just gonna be hunting Drovargs. We're gonna go into the commando at first, because there's undead mixed with the living monsters, so I can't really just invis like I did in that one zone to kind of show you where everything is. We will regret it if I do try that. So we'll just let my little buddies buff up. Now we're going to have a little grind session. I'm going to try to push in and see how far I can get. Venerable Sather is undead, so I can't use my invisibility to get to him. There are living mobs and undead mobs. This place was notorious for having trains, which a train is somebody bit off more than they could chew, and they would run to the zone, which this is the only zone out. So let's say I'm here buffing and somebody bit off more than they can chew, or the group bit off more than they can chew. Cleric died, DC'd, something happened of some variety. They'd run to the zone. So if you think the entrance was safe, no, there is no real safe spot in the zone. You can try to play safely, but that's not always going to work. So, okay. So we're going to start chewing into these guys. We're at higher levels, so we don't have to worry so much like you would otherwise. Normally these two would aggro together if I was lower level. But this was a very popular zone. It gave a lot of experience points. Trollvogs aren't really that hard, but if you were playing the evil side, or your character was a dark elf or an evil aligned character, you had to make a decision. Now I will say the Venerable Sather faction only affects that one outpost, so even for XRs, this wasn't this big of a deal. It was only for old world evil races. Because if you were an XR, you had Kabilis, which is your hometown in the middle of Kunark. And it was very easy to kind of get around. But notice how these are a little bit easier to defeat than the monsters we were fighting in the gray. Because they didn't expect you to have all this fancy gear. These were tuned for people of my old day caliber. Yeah, here he is. Now he's going to aggro. Thanks for the platinum. You get some nice gear off this. So the only faction you lose is Venerable Sather. It just says your Venerable Sather faction has gotten worse. So I mean, technically it's possible, to up your Venerable Sather faction, but it's fighting that one dragon that was a rare 1 week spawn. Normally when you play a game, you just kind of want to play. And that's just the way it is. But yeah, this was probably one of the meaner decisions they made. Because you saw how far we walked, right? That was not a easy walk. We went for quite a while, 45 minutes. Why are you in the water? Not even the water is safe. Are you going to aggro me from here? Yeah, you are. Not even the water is safe. You're swimming around in the water. So imagine being imagine just kind of wandering into the zone, kind of looking into the water, and all of a sudden there's just monsters being like, "Hey, how you doing?" So you finish hunting a Karnor's castle. You go back. You've been here for a few hours. You do make that huge trip all the way back. You can't go into the town that you needed to sell and bank at. And that's permanent. You couldn't. That was just the rest of your character's life. You hunted a Karnor's castle. You lost the over there outpost. So this zone, while being a very look how smooth and easy these monsters go down. Look, another 7 gold, fine steel. This is a new gate. We've got plague mites. I don't know why you'd want plague mites, but we've got them. Wow, look at all this loot all the good people are getting. They've been rewarded for being their good paladin and cleric selves. Those perfect angels fighting these beasts. I want to hunt those. I'm a necromancer. I can go hunt some of these silly monsters. Joke's on you. And the first people that got 7 platinum. That was super easy too. You know, but that's just kind of the game EverQuest was. It was 2 more centuries. I'm gonna try and push in and see how far I can get and kind of show you the zone. But this is basically just a big courtyard. You normally see a group here and a group here. And those are the most sensitive to having trains to zone. This is kind of the big spot. I don't remember seeing people hunt here. And there's a bridge to the upper level. If you saw on the way in, we saw it had Drollvargs patrolling above us. We can go up there just kind of show it off. But the good part is we're doing this while I still get experience points here. So, fairly easy monsters. I can level up kind of while I'm showing you this. Another 3 platinum. No problem here. Oh no, my Mineral Sapphire faction is dropping. If you, yeah. That's what that outpost is. So, could you imagine hunting here, not knowing that you're about to lose the only place you have to bank? I'm serious. This entire expansion, that's the only place you have. If you're an evil character. Getting faction with the barbarians is notoriously hard. So, I want to make it more complicated than it needs to be. I mean, Karnor's Castle is popular too. So if you wanted to play with your friends, and they were probably going to be hunting Karnor's Castle. I always kind of felt bad. Like, very rarely. Oh, by the way, if I remember right, Mineral Sapphire's for a Shadow Knight quest. Actually, hold on. Let me have my character manitate for a second. And Google something. Mineral Sapphire Shadow Knight Epic. No, it's the Druid and Ranger Epic. Hold on. Because Epics came out with a Kunark. Because that's how I had to get my Soulfire. So it's for a Wizard Epic, Ranger Epic, and Druid Epic. Now, you can have a Dark Elf Wizard. You can have like I gave my pet malaria on accident. Still costs me mana, by the way. Hello there, sir. But, like I said, you got 3 epics. So if you have friends, or maybe you're an evil wizard, you're playing a Dark Elf Wizard. You want your epic? Mineral Sapphire's got your epic piece. You want to lose your outpost for your epic? You know, the game made you make some decisions, and I kind of like that. Nowadays, you see most MMOs, you have the city and it's just a safe hub. You're always there, you know. Stormwind will always be Stormwind. You know. There's some even, you know, things that aren't even player revolved. I remember they had a troll city called Grob, and it was taken over by Froglocks. They introduced the Froglock race, and the Froglocks took over Grob. So they just took the city, and the Froglocks were good aligned. Trolls just didn't have a city anymore. They just said, nope, goodbye Grub. They eventually reverted it back, you know, I guess to popular demand. And the Froglocks got relocated out to the Wrath Mountains. But it's, there's the undead. I'm going to Go up the stairs. Just kind of show you the upside. I don't remember people hunting up here very often, but you had drill vargs on the tops here. So it makes me wonder: were they strong enough? Were they smart enough to have a proper civilization going? Oops. We got 3 drill varg sentries, and we got 4 of them. Okay. This is a screenshot bait if I've ever seen it. So while EverQuest is a very hard game, so while we auto attack, we will make another screenshot. My pet has switched targets for some reason, so we will join him on that. Or you kind of want to always be facing the monsters because you can't dodge, repost, or block or parry if they're behind you. So this situation where I'm attacking this one from the back while I have these to the front is the ideal situation. I don't know why my pet is doing split damage, but that's why I have my mercenary activated, because I really don't want to think too hard today. I just kind of want to show off Karnor's castle. I don't remember there being groups up top here. I remember... Where am I? You'd have groups here and here. Because I used to be here. I don't remember there being groups here. I'm sure there were. But this is kind of like part of the thing. So we'll do another round of malaria to kind of soften everybody up. And monsters like the game wasn't hard in the sense, like a DPS race or anything. Anyone that says otherwise is not very attentive to the game. You usually bring the player, not the class. So let's go take this out. So if you had and you'll hear people say, it depends on a class can usually be as good as how the player plays it. They'd rather take a good bard over, or they'd rather take a bad bard over a good wizard that just sits there and wants to conserve his mana. As long as it's playing poorly and just being out of mana, it will be better for you. And it's just, but the real trick of it is if you said, hey, how are you doing? It's nice to meet you. Can we play together? That usually gets you more of an invitation over your class. Because they want to bring the player, not the, class. Sometimes you can be a really bad player. And sometimes I was a really bad player. I'm not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. But I get groups in fights because, they liked who I was. But that ended up being one of the last times I would tank. Because it was Planes of Power, and I was a paladin, full plate mail. I used a two-handed weapon. I didn't use a sword and board. And you lose experience points when you die in this game. And being as a tank, that means I'm usually first on the line, because I'm trying to keep the monsters off everybody else. And I can do my job well. My sons drew a lot of aggro. I didn't have the snap aggro like a Saturn did, but, I did what I needed to do. But I had a friend that said, hey, would you like to tank for us in a Plane of Storms? And there was this Geonid, it's kind of like a monster, it's just kind of made up of rocks and has like a gem for a head. And the Plane of Storms was already scary enough, because when you zone in, you can't zone out from the same way. There's no real escape. If you go down, and that's it. There's nothing you can really do. But, so we can show you. Where was it? There you are. No, yeah, storms. So anyway, you zone in here. Do you see a zone out here? No, it certainly wasn't that. It was storms. So, you zone in, I think here somewhere. Because it's like this little spot, there's like some abandoned people. I'm trying to think of where the geonids were. Anyway, I got upset because I couldn't zone back out, and I needed help to get out of here. I had to use like a gate potion, I think. Those cost like 1,000 platinum each. They were only for emergencies, and they could fail sometimes. But I had to tank a rock monster. Maybe it was Valor. No. It had to be Storms. Anyway, down here somewhere, there's a rock monster. And I don't remember exactly where it was. But that monster hit me hard. Like, lost a bunch of health. And I couldn't zone out. There was no escape. I had to rely on my friend to heal me. That was... Now, I'd done raids and Plane of Nightmare. I had unlocked the Plains of Torment because I had done the hedge maze in Plane of Nightmare as an off-tank. I've done Plane of Hate and Plane of Fear and stuff like that. You know, I wasn't, that unusual, but I had to rely on one person to keep me alive, and my health was going. That was terrifying. I hated it. I hated it so much. That was the last time I tanked in this game. Playing Storms was the last time. I was like, I'm not comfortable with my health yo-yoing like that. I got hit way too hard. I hated it. I think you can get over here. Yeah, you can get over here. Like, I don't remember people hunting these up here. I think it was just more for flavor. But so yeah, I have experience tanking, but that Plane of Storms, that Geonid camp was too much for me. I was not a happy tank. Now, keep in mind, I've been death touched before. That's just instant death. But you can, you know it's coming. You know it's just a one shot. There's nothing you can do about it. And it's just kind of like your duty as a tank. Tanking in the Plane of Storms, I was relying on another person. I had to make sure they weren't AFK. I was like, if you do something wrong for like 1 minute, my character's toast. And I can't zone out. If I had to recover my body and stuff, it puts me in a real vulnerable situation. But he was like, no, you're fine, no problem. I can do this in my sleep. And he did keep me alive, to his credit. I didn't die. But I was terrified. I was just like, I don't like this at all. If I lose line of sight to this guy on accident, my character's going to die. I was never actually in danger. It's kind of the thing. It just felt like I was. And I've never gotten that experience with another game. Because if your character dies in a, nowadays game, what happens? Nothing, really. You lose some durability on your armor. Or the discrepancy between cloth warriors and white warriors is so wide that if you get aggro as a cloth thief, your character's dead. But in this game you can put runes up, you can charm, you can mesmerize, you have a lot of tools in your kit, so just because you get aggro, you don't have an excuse just to kind of fall over and take a dirt nap. You have tools at your disposal. It doesn't mean you necessarily want to tank, but you could put runes up on yourself. You can take a blow or two. You can drop aggro. You have tools at your disposal. So what I did now is I just kind of cleared the parapets here. There's a bear pit. There's a spectral collar down there. I think he's for something. I really don't want to look it up. I'm gonna go down there and just kill him just for fun. And that's why I can't really invis. Like I kind of fight my way through. But I don't remember there ever being a group up here. But if you were just kind of shooting through the monsters, like kind of like how I am now, you could pull up here and get some more monsters. But zoning in, this looks really cool. Just to kind of like have all these drill vargs just like looking down at you, being like, there is an intruder. I think there's some more about here. No, I think I got them all. That might be a respawn. Drill vargs just got swimming around the moat. That's your job. You just swim around the moat. Thanks for joining me, pet. I'm getting a lot of gold too, so I can pay my mercenary. Every 15 minutes, I lose a little bit of platinum, or a lot of platinum to my mercenary. So even though I can kind of turn my brain off and just kind of have fun, it comes at a cost. And yeah, I could probably do this without my mercenary, but meh. Sometimes what you'll do is you'll just get to a higher level, then you just go back to a place like Dulax Harbor. You just knock some monsters over for some gold. Losing that Venerable Scyther faction. Let's go down here. Is the Spectral Caller still here? He is still here, but he is probably swimming around. Fortunately, we are in Kedge Keep, so we gained our swimming skill up. Of course, naturally it's dark. There they are. Here he comes. So this is the ghost of a Sarnak. Sarnak's like the monsters we saw out there. So I think the story is that this used to be a Sarnak hold, because Chardok's a full-on city. So I think this might be a Sarnak city. They just got taken over by the Drill Vargs. But the Drill Vargs are intelligent enough to like man the area. You can see the way they're standing. They're like actual guards, not just like wandering monsters. So let's see if he drops anything. Bone chips, basic stuff. And it's just all the items I picked up are just normal spell reagents. Like bone chips, summon monsters. It's always a pleasure trying to get out of the water. Video games. Oh, didn't make it. Let me out. Thank you. Yeah, you've got to fidget with your camera. That's just kind of the way the game is. This game wasn't originally third person. It was always first person. So all the mechanics will always be first person. So pull the Guardian. I don't know why they pulled separate, but I'll take it. The old classic EverQuest skeleton laugh. I think you run into that laugh even in Kanos Hills, like a level 1. The little skeletons will go hee 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 hee. Imagine we didn't really have 3D games like in the MMO. We had like Meridian 56 and Ultima Online. So you load into this 3D world. You know, you got that dial-up AOL internet connection, and you get out to the courtyard and you see these decaying skeletons. They give you that laugh. You know, it's just a skeleton beating on you, laughing at you, like, heh. And then you like look down at the snake, and the snake kicks you in the face. Like it says in the combat log, the snake kicks you for 1 damage. I'm like, I just got laughed at by a skeleton, and I just got kicked in the face by a snake. So then you just kind of have to replay this for the rest of your life. So you really don't have a choice. So I think this is the bridge area. There's not a whole lot more than that. So there's a pick lock here. I'm trying to figure out where that goes. And there's gonna be a door we can't go into because I don't want I'm the wrong class for it. But showing you this game on a rogue or a bard might be a little bit more challenging. It's not impossible, but it's going to, I think. So he's going to cast a 10-second complete heal on my pet that's missing 1% of his hit points. Okay, game. Now the monster's going to get a little bit tougher because oh, hi. Carler is Sathir. So yeah, they do have patrolling monsters too, so if your group is trying to get your mana back, you're not being careful, you always run into some monster wandering by. That wasn't intentional, but that's kind of a good lesson. So we're going to go this way first, just so I can kind of see what that big locked door is about. I shouldn't run into anything too challenging. I think this is I'm at the point where I'm on the higher end of this zone. Because I think max level in Karnor was like 60. I remember level 60, Planes of Power was coming out. And I went to Plane of Justice and stuff like that. And I think at 60 or 61, the little festering rats stop attacking you. Because as a solo paladin, you kind of wanted to kill greens and light blues. Got a droll varg. Soften him up. Oh, by the way, this extended targets didn't used to exist. So we killed so if you're a warrior, if you're one of these races, this would be very useful. Notice this excludes Ixar. This is plate mail. In Karnor, Ixars couldn't wear plate mail. That was their big drawback. Eventually, they got tired of trying to figure out how to itemize for Ixar, so they let Ixar wear plate. But back in the start, the original class thing was that Ixars, their big drawback is if they were a warrior, they had natural scales. They had a innate armor class. But so they said, okay, if you have innate armor class, we can't let you wear plate mail this expansion. So you'd be a warrior in like chainmail, and you had special items. You did quests around Kabilis to unlock your armor, and that was pretty cool. So we got skeleton guardians. I think they were because I killed the speaker. But regardless, it's okay. As you can tell, as a paladin, you would want to come here because you had undead monsters you can fight. It's kind of good we're dealing with these. I'm already almost full on things. So fortunately most spell words and stuff stack. So I'm not going to panic and try to like sell a whole bunch of stuff, but I do have to be mindful of what I loot. So since I know I'm out of space, we'll leave. That's like 5 platinum or something I just left on the body. Gotta do what you gotta do. Because we're not stopping. Because you're getting like 5 platinum, 6 platinum off these. These monsters are already going to respawn. If we go down, you know, we just have the origin out. Going out through the front door is not going to be safe anymore. We're committed. Then Strands of Silvers. That would be important for somebody. I just don't know what quest it is. Somebody's probably going to really clinch up about leaving that behind. I think we'll be okay. So there's a sentry here. And here's the little spot where it gets kind of the lore of the place. This is an XR statue. And this, you wouldn't know it from what I was showing on stream, but this is kind of what the inside of Kabilis looks like. So it's possible that this is either Sarnik or Drolvarg. Maybe with the XR statues, this is an old XR town. It's possible that, you know, the evil races kick the XRs out, which the XR are considered an evil race too. So yeah. Harmony with friends like these, who needs enemies, right? That looks like a holiday item. Hat. EverQuest has a lot of fun things, but I'm trying to keep this as a... Try not to date this thing. If you don't date a 20-year-old game, then you're in good shape, right? That hat did look snazzy on me, though, I gotta admit. You know, we're getting lots of money. You know, doing a little leveling. That's kind of all you could really ask for, right? Yeah, we're going over here. We're gonna kind of look at the door. See what these places are. We'll start leaving the stuff that can't stack. Take you out. I could probably take more, you know, multiples of them on, obviously, but it's they do less damage to you total, and you can only attack, you know, one or two anyway. So, what's the point? Yeah, this is so cool. Like, a lot of this was your imagination too. Like right now, we're using the map to kind of navigate, so I make sure I can show you as much as I can. But you didn't know what was around the corner. You just were like, okay, let's just camp here. It seems like safe. But some people were just like, no, we gotta go all the way down every time we play. Those are the people usually you see on corpse recoveries, but sometimes they wouldn't be on a corpse recovery. They would just be very cool. They come out being like, yeah, we went to as deep as this dungeon as we could. And they come out triumphant. So you wouldn't always lose when you tried to do things that were difficult. I can appreciate that. We cleared this area, well, rather quickly. Okay, that just goes back. Why is it acting like there's a thing here? Have a nice swim, sir. So I wonder. Says EverQuest. Is there a hidden wall here? Well, he didn't like that very much, did he? Fight in the World War Center. Like, what are you is hiding her? There has to be like a little path I'm not aware of. Just because I landed here doesn't mean I know every little thing. The pet obviously wants to fight the weaker one. I come up for air. Yeah, this is the first person mesh you would see as a paladin. Just kind of swing your weapon. A lot of times you just had to kind of guess what was going on. Got another Drollvarg. That's okay. And I got smacked down, so. But again, like I said, this is a solid EXP and money. This is worth the issues. This is a very comfy zone. Got another Drollvarg sentry. Okay, game. Play a little bit nice, would you? I guess so. Best attacking the one down here. Fortunately, thanks to my time in catch keep, my swimming is a little bit better and kind of where it needs to be. Look at that synchronized smacking. Well, not so synchronized anymore. But one of the good spots about this is monsters don't have like 5 billion hit points. Because the gear you were expected to have back at this point was pretty much nothing. If you had good gear, great. 18 platinum, by the way. So that'll pay for my mercenary for like 30 minutes. This entire combat thing. Let me get some air before I drown. That'd be the silliest way to go down after all this trouble. I haven't died yet, and I don't plan to, so let's keep it going, shall we? Well, sometimes I remember you'd see me destroy things like loot that I couldn't sell. You could technically bring it to a tribute master and kind of start building up your tribute. It's okay, you know. It makes a difference, but at the same time, it's fueled on treasure. So it's like, you know, kind of just making your own decisions there. Some people like it. I think it's kind of like, eh. So why? Why? What am I missing? There's a room here. I'm not sure how to get to it. That's right. Let's little ramp here. Okay. So there is something there, but let's try to get there. Well, he's trying to show me something apparently. Sir? Right. Okay. So he kind of just showed me how to do it, but are you just making fun of me? Sir, what are you doing? How are you doing that? There's nothing here. Oh, wait. We did a thing. Hey, we're under the thing. Thank you, Lethem. So we are now under the castle. I have never been down here before. I've heard of people going down here, but because there's obviously named monsters here. Okay, we're in the underbelly of the castle. Cool. Alright. Cool. Alright. Cool. Alright. Cool. Do. You might look at this and be like, okay, you're only getting half a point of experience, but look how easy this is going down. So I'm going to jump across. I want to see what this place is. Up here. And there's the construct of Saphir. Okay. I have never seen this monster model before. A rare creature. Okay. Look at you. Here, let's bring my pet back. I did not do what I wanted it to do. Yeah, I did. I've never seen that before. I bet it's like, what are you doing? Attack the monster! Calm down, this game isn't hard. Well, your fire breath just ruined my picture. And you look really ugly for the front. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Yeah, I've never seen I've seen Sarnix. I haven't seen Golem Sarnix before. So that is new to me. So we have found a rare creature. Can't expect that one. He has a lot of hit points though, but he's 52, so he's not too far off of me. Kick him in the back of the head, then bonk him with a stick. It's the Beast Lord way. Got my nice mercenary doing all the thank you work for me. Who needs thinking? Are you trying to run, sir? I think you are. Look at him go! Oh no, they're soldiers now. So how did I aggro you, not the soldiers? You just kind of teleported through the wall, didn't you? You went full video game on me. Okay, that kind of sucks. So we'll probably run into him at some point again. Because they don't run forever, they do come back. That kind of sucks. My pet's still trying to kill it too. But we'll just kill these while we wait. Watch it fall out of the map. It's EverQuest for you. I like the game, but it has flaws. Here, help me fight this. And go after the thing later. He'll come back. After aggroing half the castle, he'll come back. I got a Drollvargus Sentry and a Drollvargus Guardian. Unless the rare spawn just falls to the... So you know what's going on, right? That thing ran away. It's going to aggro everything else onto us. Not really that big of a deal, but that's what's happening. The Drollvargs don't know where we're at, so they left the battle. That sounds awful. Yeah, so we've dropped the aggro on the thing. So it either... monsters don't know what's going on. So we did lose the rare spawn because video games. But that's okay. Attack the tank soldier. If you'd be so kind. It's not really that big of a deal. I wasn't really hunting for the rare spawn. But we saw it. It's kind of similar to when we went to the Stone Hive and we fought that unicorn that just completely obliterated us. Did like way too much damage and we didn't get credit for it. It's fun. It's when you're trying to make it do something or you're trying to do something special that kind of falls apart. But it's an old game. I got to show it to you. That's kind of what I wanted to do anyway. But all that said, the monsters do normally come back. So probably wander back to a spawn or something. But he was nice enough to aggro 500 monsters onto us. So we can thank him for that. But next time we know that the constructs of Sathir, they run away at low health. Even if they have other skeletons with them. But I kind of wonder why he went through the wall instead of down the stairs. I don't know, maybe a dev can figure that out. Because normally when you're trying to run away from something, you don't phase through walls. So I'm trying to think, is that a good tactic to use in real life? Why not just kind of walk through walls when you're trying to go to places? I don't know. Why question their wisdom? I'll leave that there. That is for smithing, but I'm not really doing trade skills on this character. I just want to show you the game. That's actually really cool because I get to show you the kind of undercroft of the castle. And you know it exists, but you don't really know how to get there. Now you do. Got another strands of silver silk. So this is the room. And it contains a decayed prisoner. It's probably where the construct was originally. So I'm guessing this room is where the thing is from. That looks suspicious. That is a very suspicious wall. I find it unusual that you are resisting my spells, sir. And we're still aggroing Drollvargs. Can you do something? your pet isn't ever attacking, you can tell them to guard you. I don't remember the exact command you type into chat. There's commands that aren't on here that you can type /pet and do something. Over there. You see how we're aggroing some things? That means the construct is still out there, even though we don't see him on the extended targets. He's out there causing issues. I just don't know where he is. So this is a very suspicious looking wall. Yeah, that gotta be a door. Yeah, that's probably why I didn't have a door listed on the thing. Layout suspicious. So that's probably where the construct was found. I'm gonna sit here for a second just to see if the construct comes back. If I get full, well, we're gonna rebuff too, because my pets stuff is running out. Because we had that construct of what, like 2 health or 2%. So he's probably sitting out somewhere with his thumb up his nose. Reboot for the pet. See, we're still being attacked. The question is, where is the construct that's doing that? Because those Drovars can't find us. This used to happen a lot in the original Plane of Hate. Like, the current Plane of Hate in the game is called Plane of Hate B. There used to be a Plane of Hate A. How do I explain? The current one is 1 floor. Okay. The original Plane of Hate was 2 floors. On the first floor, when you zone in, if you were a Dark Elf that worshipped Inaruk, you were dubious to like the entire floor. If you went upstairs to where like Inaruk and all the big boss monsters were, you were hostile. But everyone else on Zone N, if you were not a Dark Elf that worshipped Inaruk, you were instantly killed on sight in the Plane of Hate. So that now currently, if you get Zone N, no matter what you are, you're hostile. But originally, the first floor was just like, you know, your hometown. You could be like talking with your Dark Elf buddies, kind of like your heroes, so to speak. But there used to be monsters would aggro through the floor, or ceiling rather. So you'd be sitting there as a Dark Elf, doing nothing, just kind of talking to your friends. And monsters would aggro through the floor and drag this huge train of Dark Elves down to the first floor and wipe out your friend while you're just kind of sitting there eating popcorn and being like, "Well, I'm sorry." But it was more prominent on raids where you have a lot of people, and then the second floor would just bolt down and just start causing problems. That's kind of what you're seeing with the extended targets. You know, it looks like we're out of combat, right? You know, we don't know that we've been aggroed on, but because of that monster, that Merciful that's running around, we can be attacked at any time. Because just the way the game works. So if I walk into the wrong spot, I'll be attacked by whatever that construct aggroes. That's kind of what happened in the original Plane of Hate. That's why a lot of these dungeons, especially the revamps, they're just they're flat planes, and that's why. So there's a toy here. Ring of the Construct. So this is for monks. I'm gonna guess it has to do with the construct we just played with. So if you want to know how you get that, here's where it is. I'm sure by the time you do the quest and watch this video, it'll respawn, so you don't feel guilty about it. Yep, we got turned around. So we're gonna kind of walk down here, see what this is about. Right, so we're gonna go this way. Well, no, we're not. Well, no, we're not. We're gonna go this way. Hello, sir. So I'm betting the watch one upstairs. I'll be right back. So we'll just let him fight the skeleton while I'm gone. I'll be back. Hard game, by the way. Right, okay. So I'm back. We were definitely fighting this thing, aren't we? Why do you have so many hit points? Thing is, I don't want to miss anything. So what was I talking about? Right, so what else can I really say about Karnor's? There's the moat. It's just kind of like, I guess it gives you access to the undercroft here, which we're at currently. My pet is not attacking? Am I doing all this solo? Fortunately, I have my dear yeah, I don't think my pet's down here with me. Pet, are you making me do these solo? Yeah, the pet's a very important part of the B-Sword kit. That's why I would prefer him to be here. You can pathfind your way down here to me. Now here's something notice. This is a skeletal watchman. This is a decayed soldier. they don't have an A or an and in front of their name, it usually means they're a special monster. Golden Drolvar boots. I wouldn't take it just because. So he was dropped a special piece of armor because that's how he operates. So I want to find my pet. My pet is somewhere. So we've got both my pet missing and the other monster missing. Pathfinding in this game is ambitious. My pet clearly wants to attack the decayed soldier. He's doing poorly at it. So what we're going to do, hold on, we're going to dive down. There's a special curate, Ghostly XR, looks just like Venerable South here. I'm going to get stunned, which is going to spin me around. Here's a Drolvar Sentry. So now we're out here. Surely my pet will be findable. Collar is out here. So actually what I think the best thing to do is going to be I don't know where my pet is. If I can get myself out of here. I gotta go the other way. Hold on, guys. I'll try this at home. Sure would be cool if my pet would do something. We're not in danger, but it's like not ideal. Where is my pet? No, we're fine, but come on. Got a high resist. That's annoying. Like half my kit is off with his finger up his nose. So I don't think we can get out of the water. Sure would be cool if my pet would not be wandering off doing nothing. You could resummon the pet technically, but you have to rebuff it, or else it's a lot weaker. So this is the game design. I think EverQuest is kind of unique in that way. Like in most normal games, you know, you kind of expect it to kind of work properly. But this one, even something simple like a pet going missing. I think we had the same problem in Tower of Frozen Shadow. Which, this is the way the game designers made it. We got a healer in this party somewhere. So something's healing that decayed soldier. I think it's the curate. Let's see. I'm doing all these. My pet's finally killing its curate that it's on. I got a backpack. So, pet, will you please come attack this thing? Sometimes your pet will warp to you. We'll see if that happens. Yeah, my pet doesn't know what it's doing. Video. So I wonder, can I get away with memorizing a Call Pet spell? Yeah, I'm not gonna get away with it. Why am I? Let's see. So normally you'd expect it to be a kind of a group game, so you'd always have somebody there kind of with you. I kind of wonder, why am I? I can summon my pet, you know. There we go. You had to wait till he finished attacking you. I'm going to summon companion. Your pet's focus is something's attention. Okay, so in game design, you know, if your pet's stuck and you're in a battle, you can't summon it. So we're going to actually origin, I think, and see if I get my pet back that way. These battles take a really long time if you're not doing that. We can show you the Furion of Highway. So that's just EverQuest design. You know, they'll normally be trained to Karnor's zone. I think I couldn't get out because I have levitation on. Normally jump up there. So it's a hard game, but not really. It's hard for reasons that, you know, aren't really difficult. So now we got our pet back. So we know, that's kind of why I haven't really used it to this point. But I can show you the Furion of Highway now. Do 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 do. I do kind of always wonder why they designed it that way. Because you're obviously not going to summon your pet when it's you don't need it. I mean, some people don't make it out of the starting area. That person died 2 hours, 3 hours ago. Didn't even make it this far. So who am I to say what the challenge is and what it isn't? But since we're out, oh, like I turned around, I'm gonna sell some of my loot. There's a merchant here. Dun, 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 dun. I don't think I sold from the other day. So that old meteor dust. Probably didn't have that I have a bunch of spells on me. And look at that stuff we're never going to use. See, I think some of this, so we Nordu. 11 platinum. Wow. He's almost as rich as I am. 1 silver for a pebble? 1 copper for double A venom? That's incredible. We're rich. So I kind of showed you kind of what the underside of the dungeon is. So we won't go back down there. You can kind of see what you're dealing with. You're dealing with poor pet pathing. You're dealing with, you know, unideal setups. But I kind of wanted to. I'm kind of glad I showed you, because people will overlook it. 3 platinum, 4 platinum. Now what's funny is the ornate defiant scythe is a 2-hander. That's made for like current content. But the fine steel that's made for like 20 years ago sells for more. So they kind of dropped the ball there a little bit. But yeah, now that we've left the zone, that construct's probably back at the spot where we found it. So I could go back and I could fight it, but nah. 314 platinum for those boots, by the way. Those boots that with like no stats on it, that used to be very, very valuable. It's just kind of funny to see how things change over the years. So these boots, 16 AC, 50 hit points. That's 380 platinum. These rough defiant boots, hit point regeneration, mana regeneration, 14. Do you see how stats have kind of gotten big over the years? They couldn't just make it this is plate mail, by the way, versus leather. Do you see? But yeah, it's every time. I'm kind of a relic of an old age. But yeah. But it's not like I didn't know that's what I was kind of running into. Pathing in this game for pets has always been to the degree that you know, you kind of have to keep it in mind. But you figure we just gone to Karnor's castle. We never really done much, but we got like 600 platinum out of it. Compare that to the person that we kind of walked by that was just hunting giants. You know, they might be getting comparable, but you know. I haven't really put forth a whole lot of effort into it. I was in there for like, what, an hour? But Karnor's is this is kind of what I was talking about. Everyone was in Karnor's castle. And you had to make a serious decision when you were going, you know, to Karnor's when you're an evil character. Especially if you couldn't gate. You know, because you could be bound somewhere like Neriak and just jump off the boat and kind of do the run that I showed you. I'm going to do the Fury on a Vipath this time just so you can kind of see. It's technically faster, but I wanted you to see the way that I used to do it and kind of what the evil races had to deal with. So this time we're going to do the top part of Karnor's castle. Because those skeletons have too many hit points for me. Part of that was because my pet was stuck, but that was still a lot of hit points. Have you hugged an Ixar today? They may need it. That actually isn't an Ixar, by the way. That's kind of a lizard monster in the ogre starting area. I know, it's easy to get confused. But so, let's say we're a good character. And we went to, by the way, Karnor's castle is a very easy place to train. We saw how many monsters I had on me. We weren't in danger, but I wanted my pet back. Just to be honest. I like having a little buddy with me. I'm usually more worried about that than anything else. So we're in the little cave. That would kind of be a dead end. I hated this place. I'm going to show you the spider landmine field. So like I said, Lake of Illumin is kind of a lower level zone, and it's right here, right? At the top of this waterfall. Or river, rather. So you come in here. This is a dead end. I hated this maze. Like, because right here you can tell there's not much to it. But when you don't have a map and you're just in this cave and you're kind of just going in circles, you don't know how long or big this maze is. There's no real way to tell. You know, there's no map markers. We didn't have this. So I hated this cave because, you know, you just didn't know where you were. If you're out here, there's a bunch of spiders. So this is what, like level 31, 27. This is like a low level. This is like a level 20 zone if you wanted to go hunt. So all these spiders out here, everywhere. There's spiders all the way down this coast. So if you go down here, there's spiders, just spiders everywhere. And yeah, they look kind of cool, you know. Kind of already showed you. Oh. I'm pretty sure I put invisibility on. Okay, I got problems. Don't know why I'm being attacked by you, but okay, fine. But yeah, these things are just everywhere. Get out of here, spider. Road Defiant Chain. I'll take it. Look how goofy she looks. Mutated Dark Elves. Yeah, you try to go through here, and you know you're coming up from Fury on a Vi. You're trying to get to the Dreadlands, and you just have the spider landmine. God, they're everywhere. And you lose faction. Like back in the day, Agents of Mistmore and Mae Young Mistmore. To my knowledge, these factions do nothing. So I'm not really sure who or what that they were supposed to do. I think in lore, they wanted to have Mae Young Mistmore because we had a Castle Mistmore and Fader. And they hadn't decided what they wanted to do with them yet. But you come up here to like this Dreadlands thing. You got these cool XR statues. What you're looking for. So this was easier to find than the evil version. Probably not as safe. But then your goal. Oh, by the way, good luck. Because if you're low level and you want to go hunting Lake of Illumin, your choices are the stupid Necromancer here, or the Spider landmine field. And you kind of run up here. But there's spiders just like all down there, and the town itself kind of sucks too. It's just you've got like every good race there, like barbarians and wood elves and dwarves and stuff. So if you're evil, you have to be on good terms with every single good race, and that's not going to happen. But there's no place really to sell. Is there even a banker here? I don't know. This town is just not very good. That's why I didn't like it very much. Now I see, as I've gotten this map, you know, there's stuff over here. This isn't where you landed. I don't know any of this stuff. Was this even here when I was I don't know. I don't remember this. I just remember getting off to this crappy town and running through this spider hell. And then going through this cave and getting lost and turned around 500 times. I was just like, we're going to take the evil road. We're just going to go to the over there, run down the road, go southeast. And that was all I wanted to do. I hated this so much. Those spiders. Oh, I still hate them. But this is what I'm talking about. Like, you could say this is easier. You know, just going down this path here. But, and I thought, for once, you would see Fury on a Vi. Why are you here? I don't know. Stop trying to change things. See, if you notice, I'm not really complaining about anything that's happened so far. I'm just kind of accepting it as kind of just game jank. Games don't have to be good to be fun. That sounds kind of like weird, but I'm not playing this for the latest graphics or the deep storyline. Fine. More spiders. Dumb spider. No one likes you. You're gross. Dumb dark elf spider. This is the worst part of the Dreadlands, dreading going through this dumb tunnel. Run away, spider lady. Yeah, brah. No good faction hits. It's just all negative. On top of her being gross. Yeah. Okay. So this would be the good route. You come out into the Redlands, sick of spiders being everywhere. You see a giant monkey. Maybe a giant. See some more spiders, because you're not sick of them yet. You see these inviting statues, so be like, oh, okay. We'll get past the monkeys, and the giants, and the cockatrice, and the droll vargs. And more spiders. And more droll vargs. There's a big dragon that comes out here too. I've never seen him, but he does spawn out here. He's like the only source of minerals out there. And he drops both parts of the books for the Fury Avenger. So I wanted to find him, but I never did. I think he's level 60. He'd kill my character. So there's no real point to go looking for him. But there's a dragon that walks around the Dreadlands. He is real. But then you just kind of be walking out. Karnor's Castle is the only real landmark in this area. So you're going to see Karnor's Castle. And get set up that way. And nobody, as far as I know, ever went out here. I heard the Giant Fort sometimes. But that's not why you come to the Dreadlands. This is a curie that didn't used to be here. I wonder why they put all those there. Does anyone ever use those? And then you'd go to the castle. Yeah. Agents are trying to change things. So now that we've got our pets back, I'm going to continue further in. We're clearly going to have trouble in the catacombs if we do that. But we're in Viz, so we're just going to kind of walk by all the stuff we've already done. I'm going to show you more of the game. We'll just stop here. Yeah, so the Guardian saw through my invisibility, and the Drollvarg hit me first. Because a lot of how this game operates is on 6-second ticks. So if I was back in Yonder Day, this would be a train real easy. Because I would be like, oh, my invisibility failed. I'm new to the game. How do I deal with this? And then you'd be like, okay. So we'll get this sorted out. No healers this time, so my big block of monsters will go down in a reasonable amount of time. Look at that purple smoke. Place a sentry here. And all in all, we're going through this. I'm getting a little bit of experience points, little by little, piece by piece. Got some great loot too. Even with the problems this zone has, this is a really good zone. Well, yeah, it has problems. This is also kind of why I played Melee back in the day. I didn't know it at the time, but you see people talk about their pets, and they'll be like, oh, we're having padding problems, we're having all sorts of spells problems. I was like, I just do things with sword. As long as I can apply sword to forehead, we're usually in a good spot. Colorist of Thier. I don't think the Skeleton Guardian gave me a bad faction hit. That's kind of funny. I think the only class, as far as I know, that can get by both undead and living monsters is a rogue with a sneak and hide. I think every other class has either invisibility versus undead if you're a wisdom caster, or normal invisibility versus living creatures if you're an intelligence caster. Or you could just be like a warrior and just go to war and just fight everything. Look at him do that little spell animation. It was up and around. Yeah, Veneral Southard just looks like a ghostly XR. We've already seen what it is. I don't think I could defeat him, but he also might be behind a locked door, so I don't think I can show him to you either. A lot of dungeons with the bosses, they all require a rogue. So if you ever want a class that you need to get on raids with, people will tell you, they need more wizards or they need more other things. Nobody asks for the rogue until they need a door unlocked. So, there you go. Kunzar Cloak. That probably sells for a lot. Seems like a rare item to me. Doot. Freezy experience points. Sure is good to have my warder back. Let's see. So we're going to try and go down here again, but we're not going to go into the water this time. But that is how you get to the underwater catacombs. You go kind of around here. So there's like a little space here. It's very hard to see on the map. Mainly because those monsters have way too many hit points. I don't want us to be spending all day just fighting the same monster. There comes our cloak. There's a lore item, so I can't have this one. How you doing? I'll take these out. There we go. My pet can't decide what he wants to fight. Well, I guess that's basically all there is down to the catacombs. It's just skeletons. I kind of wonder if those jailers have a key to unlock that locked door. But I don't think anyone would do that. So I normally try to fight the monster that my pet's attacking, because that means it's the monster that's generating the most threat and doing the most damage. But sometimes you get switch targets. So my pet sees the Drovar gets the bigger threat because it's doing more damage to it. So he'll, if you command your pet to attack something, he'll attack it. But if you tell him to guard you, he'll attack the highest threatening monster. And that's why I do it the way I do it. So, because I'm not really commanding my pet, I kind of see which one's causing the most problems for my pet and its survival. 18 platinum, by the way. Sometimes you just get lucky and monsters just give you everything they own. So that's another reason. Like, if you're an evil character, you have to make the decision. Do you want to hunt the zone? Now, you could be cheeky. You see how he did give a faction hit. You'd be like, oh, well, I'm evil. I'll just hunt the undead. Yeah, no problem. Well, the droll vargs are also going to be hostile to you. So, that's really not going to work. See, I'm pretty sure the droll vargs are hostile to everybody. I would be legit. I'd be legit, even if they weren't, which I think they are. You know, you'd run out of your faction real quick because I think they assist. But I'm pretty sure they're hostile to everybody. You just have to know not to hunt the droll vargs. But there were complaints. But here's something funny. There was complaints of rogues pickpocketing back in the day. Like, this rogue pickpocketed and he stole money. Well, yes, he's playing a thief. No, it hurt my feelings. He's playing a thief. Great rips and tears have all but ruined this mask. Of course, it was probably better than anything you had at this point. So you're getting gear too. If you're, I guess any class really. Put on the ruined mask. As long as you have recommended levels and required levels. I don't remember that being a thing. Maybe it was. I just don't remember. I don't know. Let's get this sentry going. He has volunteered to get beaten down. You know what's funny is these droll vargs are basically just giant gnolls. So if you think about it, if you went from Black Barrow and Kanos to Splitpaw and with Kranas to the Kunark droll vargs, fighting this game is just giant gnoll simulator. This is basically just a gnoll. He can call himself what he wants, but he's just a gnoll. That's it. It's just a giant gnoll. Pop. Okay, so no more catacombs this time. We're gonna refresh Spirit of the Wolf, I mean my buddy. I should probably rebuff altogether, but we'll do that in a few minutes. So no more water. I'm had my fill. So we're here. We have Ag Road. This is what Veneral Sathir looks like, by the way. He looks like an Ixar ghost. That's what the boss of this dungeon looks like. So you could say we're fighting the last boss of the dungeon, but not really. Veneral Sathir is an actual fight. Well, actually, let me take that back. He flies like this, but he has armor. And he's alive at first, but his remains, which are the actual dungeon boss, I think it's for like the Ixar ghost. So basically he's just a flying Ixar. He's like this, he just has a living model. Giving you inaccurate information. Yeah, Veneral Sathir is a necromancer. He has a floating Ixar. This is how he moves. This is exactly, kind of what you see. He just has a living version of this, and it's got a few baubles and trinkets on it. Refresh this. Now, what you should do is you should wait for the buff to kind of go all the way off, because this game operates on a 6-second ticks. Like every 6 seconds, it sends to the server, okay, this needs to do damage or whatnot. That's why your heals over time will always be 6 seconds. Every 6 seconds, it kind of decides where your location is and stuff like that. Some people can use that to their advantage. I don't care enough to do so, but you could. That's kind of why I wanted to get out of that mosh pit in the water. There's a spectral curate kept healing everything. That gets old real quick, especially when you don't have your pet. So I should wait for this to go all the way off because it's got a few more ticks of damage. Monsters in this game do have mana, but they push your patience sometimes. Fortunately, since he's undead, he's not going to run away. Watch me eat those words, but I'm pretty sure once we get him down, he's down. God, irritating. If I time it right when he's low on health, I can just ice spike him and be done with it. How much mana do you have? I'm going to refresh my buffs in a minute. Go down. Clerics in this game are kind of like, if you have enough mana to beat them, or damage to beat them, you're usually fine. But there's this kind of fine line where there's heal forever. Go down, please. A healer's worst nightmare, spike damage. I healed it. What is healing you? I'm sorry. Did I not kill you? Oh, I know what's going on. There's something in the other room. Let's pull you out here. Get away from it. Yeah, I was right. Okay, so in the other room, there's another spectral curate. I haven't seen it, but I know he's there. And the reason I know that is sometimes monsters that are not in combat with you will still heal other monsters that they're allied with. But they won't actually join combat. Like, combat's over. But that's what's happening. So we go back in here. No, combat's over. There's no monster. You know, nothing's going to happen. But I guarantee on the other side of that door there's another spectral curate. And since he sees a monster that he's allied with in combat, he'll heal it. Monsters also use that behavior to buff each other. You'll see monsters with like buffs when I like mouse over them. That's why other monsters have buffed and healed them at some point. That's kind of what the mercenary logic runs off of. Basically, just it's a monster that just does what other monsters are already coded to do. It's just this time he's allied to you. So we'll rebuff our deer pet. Our deer pet. You're gonna mouse over the tooltips, and you can like look at your pet to see if the things are sticking. But you do this enough, it just kind of becomes second nature. I don't need to guess if I'm doing it, you know, putting those buffs on them, or refreshing them. You just kind of know that you are. Actually, I'm gonna give myself Endure Magic while I'm at it. Load my general spells. Hear all these gnolls just howling around. We're making some money. I mean, this has been pretty fruitful. It's kind of what you're looking for when you're doing a dungeon. I've been neglecting the chloroplast, but I probably should be doing it more. Refresh Bread of the Wolf, even though I probably don't need to. It's kind of overkill. Go ahead and meditate for a minute. You know, come to think of it, when my mercenary died, he lost his levitation. So, yeah. Yep. Stinks to be him, right? We do need some mana because if I'm right, there's a spectral curate on the other side of that door. Or it could also be over here. I need to be ready to handle it. It won't take long. I'm already at 60%. I think it takes from 0, it's like 3 minutes. These give rough defiant. We're at ornate defiant. For the use of anyone willing to take up arms. Feels like I'm getting like every gear except for the ones that I actually use. It's kind of a feeling and a half. I think level 60 I might be able to take the Bee Queen. Gotta finish up Stone Hive. Yeah, it's she's a boss monster, which is they're usually meant to be taken by a group. But even then, they're just really strong. But really the problem isn't really the Bee Queen herself, it's that she summons ads. And if you're not high enough level, that'll panic your mercenary. And if your source of healing says, oh, I'm scared, I'm going to run away, it puts you in a bad spot, and you don't need to do that. So why take a chance? I'm not really much of a gambler. So we're going to go in here. Spectral Curate, am I right? Spectral Curate? Oh god. So was there a scryer that was causing us problems? So the scryer was healing him thing. It wasn't a curate. I can't cast through doors. He can though. I'm just gonna smack this guy in the back of the head. My pet can't decide what he wants to attack. I'm gonna do this so I don't make you sick with the emotion sickness. Well, I'm used to my screen shaking around like that when you swing a weapon. Some people may not be. So this was definitely the scryer that was causing me problems. My pet wants to take it out too. What we're doing is we're taking all these down at about equal. So the healer will have to decide which one he wants to heal. So that could be very, very good. The door kind of stymies my healing, or my damage spells, but NPCs don't seem to mind because of video games. I cast another wave of malaria. Get these old bones sick. Open the door. Cast the malaria. Look at this scryer causing problems. Blink, blink. See, you attack the skeleton with the skeleton. Or at least the head. It's just a bone meat world, eat bone world. Let's see. I want to say these guys have a lot of hit points, but it's just kind of he keeps healing himself. It's about as irritating as it sounds. Well, there he goes. The mana pool that never ends. They do actually run out of mana, but it feels like they don't. Normally, on most classes, you would be stunning them, you would be slamming them and bashing them. But I can't do that as a beast sword. I just kind of have to deal with it. That's my class, one of my class weaknesses. But he's going to start healing the other ones too, which means we have a shot of taking him down with burst. Assuming I don't get resisted. Because of video games. So if you ever decide you want to hunt Karnors, definitely stick with the Drollvargs. They go down much faster. But, you know, I wanted to show you the rooms. I have to kind of... Why are you back up at 40? Just die. Why are you trying so hard to live? You're already undead. I'm at 64% mana because of you. I mean, again, it's not like we're in any danger, but 50% health almost. Yeah, he's at 50% health. How's that for video games? I'm so glad we have healing monsters. Every dungeon is like this, by the way. There's always a healer monster. And you've got to kind of be like, oh, take out the healers. Or this happens. But some classes like mine don't have any tools against it. I can't do anything about it. And that's okay. I have so many other strengths, it doesn't matter. It will go down eventually. It has a mana pool. This has a large mana pool. Why aren't you healing your friends? Don't you want to keep your friends alive? Oh, one down. Got 1% experience points for that. That's kind of a lot. Guess the final round of malaria on him. He's not going to survive that. I was surprised. He wanted to heal the other one, the Drovog, through the door, but he don't want to heal the garden. I think he's out of mana. Yeah, I think he's done being a pain in the butt. Jarstaff Scale Gauntlets. Pretty cool. I want to see this. This is our grand reward. The barrel and crate room. I'm sorry. Pretty sure there's no Spectral Knight here, but Karnor's Castle. Okay. So that was our right reward for that struggle. Got to see the barrel and the crate. So this door is locked. You're not holding the key. So we'll go upstairs. There's a sentry here. So I'm guessing maybe the oh god. Another scryer, because we need that, don't we? So the jailers might have a key to it, but we're going to ignore that. Let's take out the sentry. Because my pet has decided... Well, I'm trying to figure out where that goes. It would go down... Go down there. I'll tell you what, take this. Not really sure where that leads. There's another one. You know, locked door. The other Ubisoft remains, which I know is for the one of the EverQuest. See, he's Ubisoft he's a necromancer. So here's where Ubisoft's his actual body is. And that's where his spirit is. So there's two of them. Isn't that cool? I mean, this entire dungeon is basically just a necromancer XR trying to Reclaim his glory. So I'll ask what I asked at the beginning. Is this a place for Sarnics? Is this a place where gnolls are kind of living? Is this a place for the Ixars? Well, it's kind of a mix of all three. The Drillvargs die so much faster than the skeletons. These skeletons are just ridiculous. Okay, come on, heal yourself 500 times. Let's get it over with. The skeleton's cry regains concentration and continues casting. What happened is my pet's moving him forward. Like, every time you take a melee hit in this game, your character moves a little bit forward or back. If you're a spellcaster and you're taking a lot of melee hits, you're going to get knocked out of your spell. But you have a chance to recover your spell, and that's what happened to the Scryer. The NPCs kind of play by the same rules player characters do, but at the same time, no, they don't. So I think this is he should be healing himself, but he's not. Kind of wondering why that is. Doot. So unless I find a way to open that door, I can't really show you the remains of Venerable Sathir, I think. Well, that's okay. It's just a dead Ixar. It's not that big of a deal. Okay, so here we are. There's just another watch room. And here's the locked door. Now I've showed you everything I can in this area. We're going to go back to the easier Drillvargs. We notice each one of these has haste on them. So if you had an enchanter or somebody that could dispel, that'd be a pretty big help. Well, now we're going to go back to the main building. Head on down. I might need to meditate here for a second. Compared to the skeletons, this is just so much easier. Fight Drillvargs all day. Everyone likes fighting Drillvargs. Kind of weird. These aren't Lorem of Venerable Sathir faction. That is very strange. Kind of wonder what the Plague Meister for. It's obviously going to be an Ixar quest. Because most items in here are for Ixars. But yeah, if you were a group, you could probably set up a camp in this room. Fight easy monsters and just get tons of loot. You figure you're splitting 6 platinum with 6 other people. So, you're going to get 1 platinum a kill. But that's still a lot. Where it was back in the day. I would personally grab tons of look at him go. I'll grab tons of the little loots that they drop on the body because I knew they sold for a lot. And I have a little Ixar on the over there that I can sell it to. But money weighed a lot, so I'd usually end up dropping my copper and my silver on the ground and I keep the gold and platinum. So I did lose some money because I couldn't go back to town to bank, but I had a lot of platinum on my character. But that also meant if my character ever died, I have all my platinum on my character corpse. So it's like, okay, what do you do with that? Look at him go. He's a moving. He's a going. Most of the monsters here just kind of look cool. Maybe that's just kind of more of a personal taste. But just look at these guys. You got the gnolls, you got the flying ghost. You got skeletons with way too many hit points. Look at that timer counting down until my mercenary charges me again. So it's making me want to get up and keep fighting monsters. But if I don't get my mana back, then I'm going to have trouble later. Because if I have an emergency, that's going to cause issues. Like Mr. Stupid Face over here getting caught in the pathing issues. He's fine up top. They've got some broken pathing. They probably don't even know. So they're just like, oh, we're releasing our like next expansion, Night of Terror. They're not worried about Karnor's castle from ages past. The people that probably made this expansion probably have they probably moved on in a lot of more ways than one. So we're gonna kind of dance around. So instead of the reason I'm doing this is because I don't want to be smacked in the back of the head. Yeah, I'm not losing Veneral Sather faction. I should be losing a Veneral Sather faction, so I'm kind of wondering what's going on there. Weird. Dudes. Well, the Skeletons is fine. You know, you kind of expect it. I was wondering why the Drovargs aren't losing their faction. Maybe she's on a different door. I'm not sure. Some flayed skin boots. Yeah, I don't see a faction loss. What is up with it? Flayed skin boots of the lost. So you're a Shadow Knight or Necromancer of the human or erudite variety, which from my experience never existed. Well, you saw some human Shadow Knights. Most Shadow Knights are going to be ogres. But erudites, Shadow Knights, they start with really low strength. So, using an erudite Shadow Knight would be a kind of a lost cause, just because your strength is so low. In erudite Necromancer, why would you play if you're playing a Kunark and you had an option between erudite, Dark Elf, or Ixar, you'd play Ixar, or you'd play Dark Elf. There's no reason to play erudite Necromancer. Some people did, but there's no reason to. So I'm not sure who flayed skin boots were for. Yeah. Maybe a human Shadow Knight that just really wanted to get lucky one day. I don't know. But yeah, you'd play an ogre or a troll. Probably an ogre Shadow Knight, and you'd play a Dark Elf or a Ixar Necromancer. You wouldn't play either of those two races. How are we doing on loot space? Yeah, we're alright. Take out the sentry. Start carving our way back into the front yard. And we'll go this way. Because I think I've shown you all I can really show you down this way. Yeah, we found some rare creatures in the other area. But that's probably something you'd come back when you're like level 80, level 90 or something, and just kind of like one-shot them. Check them off a list. So it's not really that big of a deal that we can't take them out today. He's out. Should be getting attacked by the sentries. There he is. We'll take these guys out. Probably better if I kind of way to set, keep them alive, because now the skeleton might spawn there and mess up my invisibility. That's not that big of a deal. I'm done playing today. I'll probably just origin out. Listen to those knolls go. Boom. Nothing like some old Karnor's castle action. Another 4 platinum for the bank. We're making some money. It's good to get that surplus going. He's out. That is the first dark blue we've seen. Drovarg Lieutenant. He is almost the same level as I am. So this is an actual fight. I see an Arisen Soldier right there. Kind of wondering why he isn't attacking us. So probably we're going into the area where it's going to be a little bit tougher. So if you were going to a grind, you probably want to stay on the bridge and just fight those Drovargs over and over again. And get lots of easy XP and faction. So I don't know what the deal with this soldier is. Take out this lieutenant. Lieutenant. That's how you learned how to spell it back in the day. You say lie, then you say 10, like the number 10, then the ant. That's a helpful device to help you learn your English. I'm going to chloroplast my pet. Traditionally, chloroplast was given to druids, so it made more sense to have like a flower person with a chloros blast like that. But I'm glad I've got it on my Beast Lord. There's a thing called the fungi tunic. It drops off a mushroom monster. I'm still not sure where that monster is exactly, but that used to be real popular for anybody. Because it made your natural regeneration, instead of like 1 to 2 hit points, it made it like 28. It was a big deal. He's not too bad. Well, they like having lots of hit points, don't they? But again, you have to remember this is kind of, you were expected to have a group. So you figure 3 people beating on this thing, each doing 40% damage, they'd be long gone by now. But that's why we have the mercenary. He's kind of doing the little patchwork. I don't think another living person would willingly follow me through Karnor's castle. Maybe if I was really popular as a streamer, you'd have the adoring fan from Oblivion. But I'm not that cool. I just play old MMOs like a nerd. Well, yeah, most of EverQuest is just smacking things in the back with a weapon. Unless you're the tank, which means you get to look at their face. I saw you move slightly. What are you looking at? I see you. We'll talk to him in a second. I don't want to have auto attack on when I actually talk to him. Kind of wonder what his deal is. The problem isn't that it takes a while to kill these things, it's that you get respawns if you take too long. So if you get too many respawns, you could get chased out of an area. Plus there's always a chance to run away and gather like 500 more monsters. That's why Snare used to be a Big deal. My poor mercenary. First time I've seen him use a lot of mana in a long time. Well, this used to be a really cool dungeon. A lot of people probably overlook it nowadays. I'll drop an ice cube on his head. And down he is. White silk gloves. Magical gloves made of the whitest silk available. Alright, so what's your deal? They'll respond to hails. Not hostile. Well, if he's not going to attack me, I'm not going to attack him. Normally the EverQuest way is to hail it. If it doesn't respond to hails, you see what loot it has. So usually quest monsters are they respond to hails for EverQuesty reasons, but and 2% experience points off that guy. That's not bad. We're gonna go through here next. It's kind of funny if you think about it. The Ixar Necromancer here that has this plan to extend his life. That was a rare creature. Whee! He stunned me, so I got spun around. So what? So this is a rare creature. Okay. 2 rare creatures. You got that other rare creature which I let live. That's kind of funny. How rare are these rare creatures? What is up with this place? Yeah, we'll go ahead and take them out. Since they're skeletons, they shouldn't run away. Most undead doesn't run. We will level soon. I'm getting excited. Kind of feels nice to kind of run through Karnor's castle again. Even with its flaws, it's still a fun dungeon. Level 57 is one more than 56. If you de-level, you have to pick up sticks. And if you get a bundle of sticks, you can wrap them and call it a giant. Oh, can't say that word anymore. Internet. Jarshath scale chestplate. I'm betting the other one will drop one too. Since it's lore, we'll leave that for somebody else. He wants to get bored later. So yeah. Like, I mean, from a gameplay perspective, you know, this is just a wall extending into the nothingness. You know, so this is basically just a giant castle. You know, we're trying to give the illusion of one. We're gonna go around here. Go this way, see if I can get to Veneral Sathir. There might be something in the way, but we'll see. If he attacks me, I'll let my pet tank him for a bit and origin out. Because I'm nice like that. That should be enough. Okay, so we're gonna go forward. Probably another way down to the bottom. So if you were so inclined, you'll probably go down to the lower areas again. And of course, you come in here, you have a mandatory battle against whatever's in here. Which in our case, we're fine since we're higher level. Actually, this is the wrong room. Okay, so we did something we didn't need to be doing. But you gotta admire their armor. I kinda like it. Hey, would you say this is Roman armor, kind of, maybe? Not really sure. Yeah, we might level in this room, so that's kind of exciting. No, I think we'll... Yeah, we're not going to level off this guy. It's going to be the next guy that we level off. I guess if you wanted to hunt here and risk falling down the well every time you pulled, you know, that would be doable. There's clearly a courtyard over here, which is kind of neat. We're about to level. So we want to go this way. God, you look dorky. We'll come in here for another mandatory battle. Figure out which one of my pet's attacking. Obviously, going to be the one that's more of a threat. I would wedge myself into the corner, but that's not worth the effort. But you generally want to set up so you can hit him in the back. No way he goes down faster. Check his boofs. We're fine. Dun, 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 dun. Yep, 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 yep. There we go. Level 57. You weren't green before, you are now. What a lovely sound, isn't it? You've improved innate prowess at 6. Let me check my advancement. See, innate prowess. I think it's class. Innate prowess. Passive ability increases the melee damage you deal in all forms by 21%. Okay. Of course, mercenary is going to cost me more money, but I'll be fine. So we do get new spells. That's kind of why I don't want to meditate all the way. We got stamina, more hit points, dexterity. This means I could dispel haste if I wanted to. You see haste on some of these Drollvargs. I can get rid of it now. Well, next level, rather. So I can give my pet more dexterity. I don't need to use it on me. This kind of was kind of a middling spell level, but that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Take out these sentries. Who are you gonna call? Do. You know what's weird? It's clearly a garden of some variety. Or I guess you could say the courtyard. You go down here, where I'm doing a little bit more damage because I leveled up. Just flat damage increase, always useful. You gotta be careful because eventually you'll out-level this place. So I kind of wanted to get it here before I ran out of time. Because while some zones are fun to just kind of like play around in, you want to get experience points while you're showing them off. And this is one of the better zones in the game. But you lose access to the over there outpost. So it was very important to stay if someone wanted to hunt in here. And you wanted... Some people like to be friendly with all towns. You're hunting in Karnor's castle. You can have some very bad things happen to you. Namely, you lose access to the town you want. Hello. Deeper into the castle we go. Where we stop, only the map knows. I'm surprised I've made it this far without dying once. One of these days it's going to happen. I'm going to make a poor attempt on something. And it's going to go entirely south. So go up the stairs. This way. We are now in the top area. Or is, what is this? It's a one-way wall going south. Takes you to Venerable Southern's remains. Okay, so that's a bridge. No. Under attack. That's just how it goes. So this is probably, if you wanted to have a group and you knew like the layout, this would probably be pretty cool. Just gotta explore with. So we're at the top of the castle. The middle south there is at the bottom. This is a pretty... See, if I had Nullify Magic, I could take care of his buffs and haste and stuff like that. Really hamper this guy's ability to do anything. Because I don't use slow as much as I need to. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, so what this is... We can see through it. The wall's going to kind of close on you. That's a raid monster. What you do is you take Venerable Sathir. You take the hold on. You take out the living Venerable Sathir, and then the remains thank you. And then he becomes a raid monster. I didn't think we'd be able to see him today, but there he is. It's like he just sits there and waits for you to deliver or something. But like with Finnegan, like we had in Kedge Keep, if I try to fight or just mess with him, I'm gonna make somebody angry, I'm sure, because he's for an epic quest. So I will refrain from doing so. But that's what it is. It says it's a one-way wall, so it's going to close behind you if you go that way. Oh my god, you're loud. You're loud even for me. Ornate Defiant Geode. I already have it. Okay, but yeah. I'm not close enough. But yeah, basically all you do is you, I don't want to get stuck down here. It's basically, this is a raid room with a raid boss. But all you do is you just give him the remains from the actual Vinros out here, which is down here. Which is also a raid boss. But yeah, this is the castle. You can see other sentries just kind of going about their business. You know. Which I think is kind of a cool touch. They put a lot of love into this zone. I go down here. Take care of these two. Oh, this is a dead end. I was not as smart as I thought I was. So as long as you're not going down to the bottom floor, your pet's fine. But he obviously has a problem with the Z-axis. I had the same thing in Tower of Frozen Shadow. This wasn't Karnor's Castle exclusive. But it's also why they got rid of the original Plane of Hate. Instead of trying to fix it, they were just like, we'll just remake the entire Plane of Hate. Sorry, noises. But that's how games come on. Like, do these guys think that this game will still be around like this much longer? Like, the original creator of this game has passed on. Like, do you think he thought this game would have lasted this much longer? Probably not. But it has, you know. And it's good, you know. I still enjoy EverQuest. I'm free to play, but, you know, I enjoy it for what it is. A repost what a repost is if they attack you, you have a chance to block and instantly attack them again. So that's actually really useful. Look out here, see the courtyard. So you could watch other groups kind of do their thing, if that was your desire. Let's go down this way. Yeah, this is kind of what I wanted to do. So this is a... my pet coming? Look at that. My pet's kind of scaring me. Alright, come on, buddy. There you are. Okay, there's my pet. There's my ball. Whoosh. Come on. Come on. Get him. Good deal. Well, let's rebuff before we get too excited. Load boofs. This gives us a chance to replace some of our things. This is one place I want my pet to have a navigation issue. So we have a new spell. Increase our dexterity. Increase our dexterity more. We also want that. Tenarg. Increase hit points. Increases stamina. I think we'll be okay without stamina. Because my pet's sharing my stamina, and my stamina is like through the roof. We'll just flat increase your hit points. My mercenaries will be better about following me, so I'm too worried about it, but a little skeleton spaghetti over there. If you're wondering what that is, it's a Sarnak tail, I'm pretty sure. There are monsters that are just giant floating mouths with tails. They look like a reproductive piece of the male body, but we'll get into that some other day. See, when a boy and a girl love each other very much... Never mind. So we'll do our general. You notice now I'm not fizzling that spell much anymore. Slowly but surely, we didn't have to interrupt gameplay and spam it 500 times. It just comes naturally as you level up. So we'll Spirit of Wolf my pet. Because sometimes he does need to chase things down, and it helps a lot. We'll Chloroplast. And I'll Spirit of Wolf myself, but I will refuse to Chloroplast myself because I don't get hit that often. Okay. So we've aggroed a creature. I gotta be careful with my pet, I don't want him to get separated. This is one of those areas, I think. There's another secret place at the Karnor's castle. Yep. Money's still climbing up. $13 platinum and 6 gold. Oh lordy. I got 9 gold back at least. So decayed prisoners attack me now. Which for some reason are immune to or resistant to malaria. My pet is attacking the skeleton through the wall because it wants more video games. He's got the game part down, and I guess we are watching a video of it. So it works out. He's been hitting me in the back this entire time and I haven't noticed. Normally when they hit you, you get a slight push on your screen. I'm going to show you like a little, I'm going too fast, but a little tap, like it moves you forward just a little bit. I didn't experience that, so I didn't know, or maybe I didn't, just didn't notice it. But when you're in first person, you didn't have extended targets. You can tell you're being attacked by something else, but by not only watching your health, but you get a little push in another direction. So if you're starting to get pushed, in one way, somebody's probably attacking you from the other direction. It's one of those little things. It's kind of like when that spellcasting thing I was talking about earlier. That's how you'd know. Yeah. I crouch down. Consider whom. Yep. I'm too big. We should be fine. I have a spell called Shrink. This is one of those situations where you'd use it. Like if you, one of the old things like in Negation's Lair or Solusec B back in the day, they have really small tunnels. So if you played an ogre or a troll, sometimes barbarian, but normally just an ogre or a troll, you had to be shrunk to get into the dungeon. You'd just be too big otherwise. So imagine being locked out of an entire dungeon because you're too fat. That's a real thing, specifically in Solusec B, which I might go at some point. Another skeleton down. I gotta kind of admire it because it's just bones, but that tail is just going in it. It needs rotary functions. And yes, I get that as magic. I'm just saying. Another pocket. These guys don't have the A decayed. They're just special monsters. Why do you have so many hit points? I don't know. But what I do know is my pet's actually with me this time. So that's cool. My pet's now on the other Sarnik. Wait, switching your targets. Would like to assist you, sir. They're just all over the place, aren't they? I'm attacking this one. He's attacking my mercenary. Pat keeps switching targets to this one. And it's alright, my mercenary can take a hit. He's not worried about it. He probably has better armor than I do. But everyone's laughing, we're having a good time. Oh, okay, he's on me now. Good to see you. So the XR and the Sarnik are teaming up on me in death. Kind of sweet in a way. Yeah, this is a Dungeon for Necromancer, can you tell? It's kind of good that I get hit every once in a while because it raises my defense. Which, if you have more defense, you have more armor class. More armor class works like the Dungeons and Dragons days where you take less damage. Which I guess is kind of self-explanatory, but I explained it anyway. If you need further help with that, mitigation, chance to take less melee damage. Very good, very official. Not on a need-to-know basis, everyone can know. Take him out. You'll now go for this decayed prisoner. We're going to turn slightly so my pet will have a better shot at their back. Doing the old teamwork. Hit them with a razzle dazzle. Diamonds. Diamonds are actually really important. Those sell for several hundred platinum. And some dungeons where monsters don't drop a lot of loot. I mean, in theory, diamonds are for trade skills. But, you know, they sell for a lot. So if you were in a place that didn't save a lot of money, like this place gives a lot of money. This is a good place like Dulax Harbor to kind of get your stuff up. With the cost of the evil races losing their home base if they hunt here. And that's kind of the big gimmick of this area. Do you want to hunt here? You can lose your house. Which is kind of mean. But that's just what this place is. That's it. But, more decayed soldiers. I like how they're both soldiers, but they have different models. That's kind of cool in a way. Gotta be extra careful with my pet because I don't want to lose him. But so far I've shown you Veneral Sather's remains, which is something that's not always up. So that's very cool. Getting my conjuration up and my dodge up. That's pretty handy. Return a little bit so he doesn't have access to my backside. Even though he really didn't, because I'm getting dodge skills kind of obvious. Got more increase in dodge. It makes me more formidable. Yes. Another fine steel staff. Used to be like you'd have lower strength, so that would be problematic because these are 10 pounds a piece. But we're fine. Like 30 pounds of staves in my backpack. No problem in sight. So what I'm thinking is, you know, keep going this way. This, I can't decide if this is a good place to hunt or not, because these have a lot of hit points. Compare these to the Drollvargs, we was just smacked down constantly. But this is deeper in the dungeon. I was like, I don't know. What's this? Nope, fat shamed. My character is crouching right now because I'm too big. Yeah, we want to go down this way. You want to see that spectral turn key. Because he might have a key. Not too big. So for the sake of being able to continue, I need to shrink myself. So this is one of those dungeons. If I was an ogre or a troll or a Vashir, I'm too big. Now I'm human size. This is the... I can cast rank again. But that's going to make me about gnome size, and that's going to be really weird, I'm sure. Because you're used to seeing me at this size. That doesn't do anything wrong, but that's... I don't even know why I have invisibility on down here. Hello, sir. You're so big. You're so big and strong. Okay, but... take out these soldiers. He's attacking the Sarnik. We will join on that. Yeah. He's attacking the soldier. So we'll take him out together. Nice and easy. I'm getting used to sitting down a little bit longer. I can't help myself, I'm sorry. Doot. Should pop up in a few years or so. There it is. Has a good bit of a delay, isn't it? Over there, over there. Over where? Under there? Under where? See if anyone gets a joke about me saying it. It's always the words you can't see. The implied. That's the good part. Why do you have so many hit points? You're a skeleton. Where have I not gone yet? That's a raid boss. We're obviously not going to be able to do anything with him. We'll see the Spectral Turnkey, because I want to see if he has the key to that door. He is our boss, I guess you'd say. Take out this prisoner. I wonder where these stairs go. I might be able to Veneral. We'll see if he's up. He might be. You never know. Do, 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 do. $40 pounds of steel staffs. So this goes up. Excuse me, sir. I'm trying to do brain. Actually, this might just be the only way to go. Okay, game. I can do that. Doot. I guess resisted way too much. But yeah, this is really solid hunting. You're fighting monsters that don't run. And they're in nice little segmented areas. So if it wasn't so difficult to get down here, you could probably just enjoy the rest of your night just like relaxing here. Kind of cool because back in the day, none of these monsters, like the bosses, would be up. You'd always have raid guilds fighting over them. Tracking on is, I think, the dragon outside the Dreadlands. No, he's on Cebalus. He's a big old boy. Oops. And finds. I sure set this place up like it was important. We're just zombie after zombie. Here's my pet attacking. Nope, wrong one. He does not like those Ixars, does he? Yep, so we'll do this one. Oh, 44% mana. I've got to kind of pace myself. Slow and steady wins the race. Kicking an Ixar's tailbone in a literal sense. Pop. Pop. It's been a long time since we got an upgrade too. You know what's funny about raising kick so high? It's historically it hasn't done a whole lot of damage. It's kind of funny I've got such a high level kick now. I think I'll switch to a round kick at some point when we level up a bit. I'm using the new XR model, so I kind of wonder if they have a round kick animation. Because I know one of the best things about the old human monk models, if you gave them like a staff and they did a flying kick, they would like use it to like leverage themselves into the air. I think the best monk model is human female, but the best metagame if you want to min-max your character is Ixar. But human female is the old model. I'm not talking about the new models. The new models for Luklin Plus, you know, those were never completely finished. But the old models for humans, like the original game for human monks, the female one looks really, really good. Like all of her animations are just the best they can be. So I kind of wonder if that's a female Ixar because of the 3 horns on her head. Some of them have rows of spikes. I'll take a second to manitate. Run to the bathroom real quick while this goes on. My battle protects me, right? Right. Okay. So continue the journey. I don't want to wait too long because things will respawn behind us. Where are you fighting? There's on this one. Since that one's hitting him, I bet he's going to switch his target. Well, no, he'll come after me because I put a dot on him. I did a tail sweep. What's kind of funny is, you know how I was talking about round kick and flying kick earlier? For an XR, it's called tail rake. What you saw there was the tail rake animation. I just thought about it when I saw it. This is the good stuff. 50 pounds of fine steel staff. 50 pounds of wood. Yep, then I got the next group. I am intelligent. Okay, that's this isn't ideally what you want to have. You want to do it slowly but surely. Watch the guy not even be up after all this trouble. If he's not up, we'll just go behind him. See what's there. You may not even drop the key. This could be a huge fool's errand. Oh, that's okay. We're doing good. A solid EXP, man. All I'm doing is mowing, and we're doing great. We had one small exploration hiccup, but that's not that big of a deal. Another round of malaria. Get these poor skeletons sick. And these skeletons looking for tissues with their runny noses. We're missing both, but I'm not sure which ones they're missing. So I'm not too worried about it. It might be under magic. Well, that was there. It was about to be gone. Take him out. Pop. Well, fortunately, we can go a little further because we pulled more than we intended to. I mean, if you can take two of these on at a time, it's a pretty safe experience. You can't attack while stunned. Well, then don't stun me then. How about that? Did you ever think of that? You found that so offensive, my defense skill raised. 13 platinum on the fine silk great staff. Okay, so I'm guessing this guy has a placeholder. Unless... that looks like a door. Oh, I'll deal with that in a second. Also, teach this guy not to mess with us. Maybe that's not a door. Maybe I'm dumb. Yeah, on the map it doesn't look like it's a door. Because basically if we're sitting here waiting for a rare spawn. What's this then? Yeah, it's not gonna be fun for anybody. Yeah. So if they drop keys, I'm not aware. And down here. Yeah, this is kind of where we were earlier. So it just kind of wraps around. Bring it back up. Take a different route. Listen to all those drill vargs. Okay, soldier. Yeah, Kay's prisoner. That's somewhere. Oh, he's back there. So where have we not going yet? So we've gone down here. We've seen the catacombs. We've seen the undercroft. We've seen most of the number 4. Can't get back without a pick lock. I think I've shown you most of Karnor's castle. This is a very fun dungeon. I could and have spent a lot of time here. I think I need to be able to open that locked door to get down to Veneral Sathir. But that's okay. Well, yeah, that's Karnor's castle. Very fun place. I think I'm gonna. Oh, this is okay. I want to see one more thing. If there's not more to show you, I'll just wrap up. But I think there's, because we've seen the bridge, right? So this is done that. We've seen the upper dots. And this. And this just goes to a blank room. It's just more of the same. Which are pretty good hunting spots, you know. 13 platinum. That's some good looting. Yeah, this wraps right back around. Let's go back up. I'm a little smaller now, so it's a little jarring, but that's okay. I'm basically wood elf sized. Oh, hi. How you doing? So we're basically up top now, again. So if you're a wood elf or some smaller class, you wouldn't have half these problems. But most of the classes that can be beast lords are on the bigger side. So we just got a deal. Okay, so now we're up top again. Yeah, it's just pathing around. I think we've shown you all Karnor's castle has to offer. So after this, we'll cast Origin, and I'll think of the next thing for tomorrow. Or next week, rather. This is Karnor's castle. You got the catacombs, you got the castle walls, you got the courtyards. We saw Veneral Sathir's remains, which is hard to see. And Veneral Sathir's just kind of sitting out here being a necromancer. Kind of floating around like this Ixar ghost. with a little bit more skin and a little bit of armor. So yeah, there's nothing really more to show. And that's fine. This zone was, you basically just kind of sat down and have fun with your friends. Then you just kind of watch your Vendril Sather faction drain away. And it was a good time. It wasn't a good time if you were needing that outpost. But that's the big thing of this zone. Every zone has a gimmick. Some require you to breathe. Some of them get you knocked out of your hometown. Wait till we go to the Plane of Growth. Plane of Growth makes you hostile to all elves. This game will do that. If you think about it, all these monsters in this game are just there for you to loot. So if you're familiar with D&D, you probably know, kind of what a murder hobo is. It's somebody that like constantly tries to defeat every non-player character that crosses their path. But it's kind of, in the tutorial they kind of made fun of it too. And they know what kind of game they made. But it's fun. Especially with the mercenary here, I kind of just turn my brain off. Just do whatever. About 4 hours, we'd just kind of be going around the parapets again. I can get to Verant Sather's room. I don't think I can without picking the door lock. Okay, so yeah, we'll origin here. This was Karnor's castle. It is a massive amount of fun. I really like this dungeon. I thought about it. I was like, why don't I show them Karnor's castle? It's so great. And this is good stuff. Just don't go into the catacombs if you have a pet. Because pathing is not on your side. But I really like this zone. But I want to show you a new zone every time I do this game. Because there's a lot of them. So sell real quick. I am now an animist. I am an animaniac. You're encumbered. You are no longer encumbered. I'm zany to the max. Hello. Yeah, so we get double attack at 71, dragon punch at 70, eagle strike at 70, round kick at 65. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. Dun, 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 dun. As the thing is, your frames per second drop like when you turn with your mouse. Like it's smooth, right? And you'll get like an open area, and then you'll turn in, and your frames per second will drop, and your mouse will swing around really fast. So that's kind of what happens. It turns you around, and you get disoriented, and it takes longer to figure out what you're trying to do. Hello. Let's sell all our junk. If he sells food, I think I want some. Let's see, you got food? Food? You have the foods? I nerfed you so bad, old friend. And there you go. More foods. You nerfed my muffins. I will never forgive. Ever, ever, ever. Should probably destroy these, by the way. Some necromancer just divided by 0 saying that. I need those to summon my pet. You defeat a monster for someone's epic, they divide by 0. You sell bone chips, they divide by 0. Ruined leather mask, 380. Oh, useless. So we got a lot of money this trip too. Dust of Decay. 1,000 platinum for that. So think about it, we really didn't even spend that long. $6 platinum for the stick. Now you have stick. Fulminate. Go for that. Platinum. Earned 80 for the silk gloves. This is a Karnor glove, by the way. That was a lot of money back then. Like diamonds and blue diamonds sell for that kind of stuff. Actually, wait. Nah. Never mind. Sell the container. Sell the things. Fuel my mercenary. And my spells. That's 200 gold for that diamond. Almost. A blue diamond was like 230. Yeah, that's Karnor's castle. You make a lot of money, you have a lot of fun. What more could you want? What more could you want? You know, I'd have more inventory space, I think, if I got rid of some of these items, wouldn't I? Get out of here. You can't destroy this item. You get rid of it one way or another. Yeah, there's what that is I think that's part of the one of the items you need to fight Lord Seru. Get access to the dungeon. Like, it's a whole thing, but fighting Seru himself, you need a Bane weapon. We don't need it, but it helps. Like, Bane weapons were like really good back in the day, but they're a whole thing. I'm not a monk, so I won't use that. Let me put that in the bank. I think that was for my cleric on the server. I'll use my cleric one day to show the evil towns. Yeah, that might help her out. What a nice sound, right? Okay, so I had to figure out where I need to go next time. I'll go to Zone Guide. Max level. We don't want something that's strong enough to like knock us out now. 55. Oh, not even Slayer. How do you get there? Yeah, we can go there. So now I'm just going to the Ivan's lair. I'm running very slow. So I think we need a spirit of wolf. So that one's a newbie, just like we once were. There's always new players. They're having fun just like I am. It's kind of heartwarming in a way. Like, I get that they put everyone across a reach so you can kind of like find other players to play with. But at the same time, there's a lot of charm in the old dungeons. And once you get past Whitefire Moors, Gorokar Mesa is just not what you want for a leveling experience. I mean, you could tough it out, but why? You got a choice. Why not see some of the old world zones? If I recall correctly, I have history with Permafrost Keep. It might be better to do this one so I don't want to level the place. Yeah, I'll start the next stream in Halas. Because I have stories to tell about this one too. I should be strong enough to handle it. I'm kind of proud of myself. Karnor's castle went out without hitch. We had something out of my control, but I went through that pretty smooth. Yeah, if I don't do Permafrost Keep now, I'll probably out-level it. Well, we kicked a lot of gnolls off the couch today. Let's see. I need to go to... Oh, I like the lion. There's a lion riding the lion. Nah. Ha ha ha. There you go, Hollis. Right to. As I talk about Permafrost Keep, I clearly have a lot I want to say about it. Might as well go right. Hollis. I think I want to start in Hollis and just go kind of like what I did with this episode. I'll just go to Hollis and then kind of explain the significance of Permafrost Keep. That's a holiday event monster. That's not; those don't normally spawn here. Those are for the holidays. Santa Claus. Hey. Excuse you. Hi, Santa Claus. Rude. Well. Okay. I guess this is my life now. Can you not? Rude. I could fight him, but... Good way to end the stream. Can I crawl over to a... Halos? Oh, you're just going to keep doing it, aren't you? You're asking for it. I see how it is. I get put in timeout. Cause the earth to adhere to your feet, preventing you from moving for 48 seconds. Nothing, do you see this? Do you guys see what I have to deal with? Anyway, I'm going to slowly make my way to Halos. What level are these things anyway? Level 1. You torture me anymore, I'm going to destroy your imps. Kind of cool walk all the way down to Halos, like a boss. Are you dispelling my buffs? No, he dispelled Spirit of the Wolf. You cannot cast Malaria on Santa Claus. Yeah, anyway. That's EverQuest for you. Get some of my speed back. I mean, if he wants to fight, I'm just saying. I want the Halos, yeah. He's going to be there next time I stream too, now that I think about it. Well, I'm on Santog's naughty list, so I had to live with that. Cast a snare on me like a mean person. Only villains cast snare on people. This is a cool zone. Well, I'll talk more about it next time. So for now, I'll leave you with this. Have a good day. Thank you for watching my stream. Hope you enjoyed Karnor's Castle. Next time we'll do Permafrost Keep. Bye bye.